The October 4th, 2006 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. At this time, we would like to excuse our mayor, who is on a goodwill tour of Europe, and Councilman Wolfson, who is in Italy at this time, I believe. So we will be proceeding without them. And council members, just for your edification, today we're going to have to make sure we look up and down the line to see who's back in the back room, because we're going to have 4 of us out here at all times. So if you just help me watch for that, I'd sure appreciate it. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web, the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 o'clock p.m. and also on the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We also have a special announcement. We're not expecting any problems, but I just have to read this into the record. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression and sprinkling system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits. Once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now before we proceed with the agenda, I would like everyone to please rise for the invocation by Reverend Mary Breedlaw, Paul Mortuary, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Most holy God of wisdom, teach us to always seek the common good. As more private citizens and more public officials bend the rules to seek their own good, values and ideals are compromised. In these difficult days of pressure, greed, and the desire to elevate self-satisfaction beyond ethical principles, guide us. Guide both private citizens and public officials, locally and nationally, to seek the good of the other. Help us to be open to listening to opposing views, and grant us the grace to live lives of honesty, integrity, and accountability. Teach us the way that time has proven true, and guide and guard us with your love. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. For our first item, Councilman Brown will recognize local efforts to celebrate National Fire Prevention Week. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And if Chief Washington could join us up here. Next week, October 8th through the 14th, is the Fire Prevention Week. This year's theme, certainly to raise the awareness and educate people, this year's theme of Fire Prevention Week is Prevent Cooking Fires, Watch What You Heat. And this is, but it's just that. It's to try to get a message out there, catch people's attention, because this is something very, very near and dear to the city. Our great fire department goes out of their way into the community each and every day, but it's important that we try to get this message out, raise the awareness, and just allow people the opportunity to see some tools they can use in and around the house to be safer and protect certainly their families and our community. So, Chief Washington.
Thank you, Councilman Brown, Mayor Pro Tem, to the City Council and City Management. On behalf of the men and women of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, we thank you for your continued support of us as we try to go about and make our community safer. And I can tell you that with this being Fire Prevention Week coming up, we will be out in the communities as we generally try and do, because we try to focus on being a community-based fire protection type effort. And with that, we will have open house at our fire stations that we encourage people to stop by and pick up fire safety information. And not only that, my executive staff and I, along with the companies, we will be out going door to door to pass out information to our communities. And again, on behalf of the men and women of our department and the support of this great City Council and City Management, we appreciate the effort, and we will continue to bring you the best service to our citizens as we can possibly do as your public servants. With that, I thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Anybody for lunch too, Chief? For lunch? Thanks. For our next item, Councilman, we will recognize some local youth for their participation in recent city events. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good morning, everyone. Well, as you all know, we are in the midst of celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and I'd like to first recognize my liaison, Kelly Benavides, who worked extremely hard in our office to put on a lot of our events that we had. Kelly, if you'd please stand and be recognized. Kelly does an outstanding job in our Hispanic community and overall in our office to ensure that we try and keep our fingers on the pulse of what's happening in the neighborhoods. Just last week, we hosted our third annual Hispanic Student Leadership Conference, in which we had about 135 students from various high schools throughout Ward 5 and surrounding areas. And these students convened at the West Las Vegas Library and went through 4 extensive workshops on money management, goal setting, all that other good stuff. At any rate, they learned a lot of stuff, and we had a lot of fun, and we appreciate them so very much. And we invited 7 of those students to come back and join us today to get just a sneak preview of what happens in city government. And so today, we would like to invite up here to say hello to everyone, and they're going to join us on the dais today. I'm from Las Vegas Academy, Carolina Preto, if you come on up, Carolina. From the Advanced Technologies Academy, Rosario Gomez. From Canyon Springs High School, Miguel Valquez and Gabe Cardenas. From Cheyenne High School, and this kid swears he can beat me in tennis, Levi Chavez. Lonnie, I have a date with this kid on the tennis court here. From Rancho High School, we have Linda Barros. And of course, Councilman Ross, you can appreciate this from the Western High School, of course. Yeah, our alma mater, Abra Carrillo, if you come on up. These are our student leaders, everybody from various high schools who are joining us today. And these students are here with us in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Also, as you all well know, our office has been a big, proud supporter of the POWER program with Las Vegas High School, which is Partnership at Learning. And each year we have an intern that works in our office, and we're very proud to introduce our new intern this year. And if she'd come up and be recognized, I'd like to introduce Christina Concepcion. This is our new intern from Las Vegas High School. And with that, everybody, thank you very much for all of your support. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors out there who helped make it possible. And we definitely would like to thank RTC and Mr. Jacob Snow for getting the transportation for all the students to the Student Leadership Conference, and to everyone who helped make it possible. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Thank you. Thank you. Our next item is recognition of National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We would like to recognize, to help us make these presentations, I'd like to ask 2 representatives of the Susan G. Komen Foundation, Executive Director Jackie Brown, and Board President Stephanie Kirby to please join me. Breast Cancer Awareness Month is a national event recognized by the U.S. Conferences of Mayors. In 2006, more than 200,000 women across the country will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 40,000 will die from the disease. Breast cancer affects men as well. More than 450 men are expected to die from this disease this year. Mayors throughout the country are urging women to take responsibility for their breast health, and we're promoting October 20th as National Mammography Day. We urge anyone to take steps to help in the early detection of the disease by taking advantage of mammography, the best method to detect breast cancer in its earliest, most treatable stage. On behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, we would like to proclaim October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month to help raise awareness of this deadly disease. Please.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the City Council for having us today. Breast cancer awareness knows no boundaries. It doesn't know a gender boundary, a race boundary, a socioeconomic status boundary. It can affect everyone. And so it's so important for all of us to be aware and read the research and check yourselves on a regular basis, because it can strike at any moment and suddenly it becomes very personal. So thank you again. Every month should be Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you again so much for having us today. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you. As Stephanie just mentioned, it does. My mom was diagnosed, and I know there for about 3 months. I know how it affected my life, my family's life. And again, I tried to get my little sister to go get examined, and she still refuses. So there's some people that are hard-headed out there. They won't do what's necessary. But I really appreciate, what we're trying to do here, and I just appreciate what you guys do. I know it's great for the city, and I know that we support it 100%. The mayor in the past has been there. You do great. So I think we're still headed in the right direction. So thank you very much. For a final item, today we'd like to recognize a special individual in our community. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Dr. Jackson and the city's Leisure Services Department and Lonnie Zimmerman, Adaptive Rec Manager, to join us. Dr. Jackson and Lonnie's coming. I'd also like to ask Curry Burgess, Vice President of West Carolina, Nevada, and David Shea, Director of Facilities Maintenance for West Carolina, Nevada, to join us also. Several weeks ago, a city trailer full of wheelchairs and other sports equipment was stolen. The wheelchairs were borrowed to the city's wheelchair sports, including tennis, football, and basketball, and the Blaze Sports program. Without these wheelchairs, those programs will not be able to continue. Late last week, David noticed a City of Las Vegas trailer at one of the West Coast properties in North Las Vegas. He notified authorities, and the trailer was recovered. All the wheelchairs have been accounted for, and only one was damaged. Without David's diligence and attention to detail, the trailer might not have been recovered. With the returning wheelchairs, our Adaptive Rec program can continue to serve local adults and children with physical disabilities. On behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. To David, we just want to say, we know during the course of the day you probably didn't think you were doing anything out of the ordinary, but for us, you stepped out of the phone booth with a Superman suit on and saved the day. And we truly are appreciative because you really saved a program that is very vital to both youth and adults in this valley. I'd like for Lonnie to take a minute to thank you as well on behalf of the division.
Mr. Shea and obviously Mr. Burgess, I think just a great reminder of also often in our day we understand what the right thing is to do, but we don't always follow up on that. And as Dr. Jackson alluded to, is on behalf of the city and our department, a sincere thank you. But I had the great pleasure of last Wednesday going back out to our program when the chairs were there and watching the children participate in quad rugby last weekend, and we have basketball and soccer tonight. And it's at those times that we remind just how important our services is, and obviously without your efforts and going the extra mile to make sure that you brought that to our attention and we recovered our chairs, it would not have been possible. And we have a band for you, and Mr. Burgess, I have one for you as well, but in conclusion, it's the right thing to do, and it's just a general reminder every day that we recreate and we play, and most importantly, we live with folks with disabilities, and we're committed to serving those individuals.
I'm going to let the honoree speak first. Mr. Shea?
Gosh, had I worn my Superman suit today, I probably would have been fired. And a few months ago, I walked into work to find one of our vehicles and all of my tools gone. So I really do know how it feels to walk in and see all your stuff gone. And I was just doing what I would normally do on that day, and this kind of took on a life of its own, but it is kind of refreshing. I do sports officiating myself, so being able to see these kids get out there and do it and stuff, it's kind of refreshing that this had a happy ending.
It always feels good to do the right thing, and we're just pleased and honored to be here and have a great partnership with the city of Las Vegas. So on behalf of the West Care, Nevada organization, just want to thank you for acknowledging us today. Thank you.
That concludes this portion. See up here? You're on the TV. EFA. We'd like to welcome the students with us here today. I would at this time like to invite Mr. Daniel Deegan to please come forward. He has a special guest that I'd like him to introduce to us this morning. Daniel?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to welcome a distinguished visitor to the city of Las Vegas. Mr. Pastor Giao is the mayor of Magalang, Pampanga in the Philippines. For those of you who are unfamiliar with that, it's a town immediately adjacent to the former U.S. Clark Air Force Base. Mr. Giao has been a leader in municipal government since the restoration of democracy in the Philippines 20 years ago, 1986. He's also the old classmate of my wife's first cousin, so as he comes quite frequently to Las Vegas for the entertainment value, we see quite a bit of him. And we make the point that there's more to Las Vegas than the glitter of the Strip. There's also a solid and admirable community here, which is expressed in our city council, of whom those of us who work with it are very proud. It takes a lot to make a city like Las Vegas work, and these are the people up here that do it, and I encouraged him to come and visit the city and see you folks at work. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, for your courtesy. May I should we bring the mayor up, please? Okay. And thank you very much. And perhaps he could say thank you himself. Mayor,
Is your wife with him also?
Yes, indeed.
Could she be recognized also, please?
So again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese and Councilman Weekly, also for your courtesy in welcoming him. Appreciate it very much. Mayor Pastor Gao.
Well, first of all, I would like to greet my wife here, Peggy.
Oh, yeah.
It is indeed a great honor on my part to be given this great opportunity to observe the proceeding here. And this is the first time that I am given this opportunity. Well, I'd like to assure you that when I come back to the Philippines, I'm going to share this very and very important event to my councilors. In the Philippines, they call councilors in the municipality. Well, here they call the address council now. But back in our town, they are addressed as members of the Sangguniang Bayan, and in the years they call them councilors. So again, I'd like to repeat to you, thank you very much. All of you, very good people, for giving us this rare opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Item number 42, a work card appeal, Mohammed Shaferi, requested withdrawal by Metro. Item number 43, work card appeal, Margarita Booker, stricken, requested by staff. Items number 48, 49, and 50, Rubio's Restaurants of Nevada, request by the applicant to hold in abeyance to the October 18th, 06 City Council meeting. And item number 57, Bill 2006-31, requested by staff to be stricken. Are there any other items? I would move to bring these stated items forward and take the appropriate action.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. The next item is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special City Council meeting, strategic planning workshop of August 7, 2006, and the regular City Council meeting of August 16, 2006. Is there a motion, please?
Move for approval.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Items 10 through 39 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Councilor Knock, we have a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. We're running up here. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 40 is our report from the city manager on emergent issues. Dr. Selby, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and welcome to our student leaders. I have a number of items to report that are going to happen between this council meeting and the next one. First of all, there's an important groundbreaking tomorrow, October 5th at 10 a.m. The Foundation for Independent Tomorrow is going to break ground on their new building in Enterprise Park. It'll be at Stella Lake Street near Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. Harrah's Entertainment is contributing to their project to the tune of about $1.5 million. This is an organization that assists with job training, so it's an important new community member in the city of Las Vegas. First Friday is coming up this Friday, and it's hard to believe 4 years have passed. So they're having a special celebration this First Friday, and performers from Cirque du Soleil, among others, will be performing at First Friday. As always, the city runs a free trolley. If people find it difficult to park downtown, they can always park at the Clark County Government Center, and the city trolley service will take them to First Friday. Also on Friday, the city's hosting the 4th annual Today and Always event. This is in Ward 3 at the East Las Vegas Community Center, located at Eastern and Stewart. The event starts at 7 p.m. and it celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month, which was mentioned earlier. There'll be music, dancing, poetry, and more, and best of all, the admission is free. The Hispanic International Parade will occur on Saturday, October 14th, here in downtown on our parade route, which is 4th Street. It begins at 10 a.m. in the morning for anybody that would like to observe that and join in. There's some tennis-related events happening, both of them taking place at Lorenzi Park in Ward 5 on October 10th. That's a Tuesday at 11:30. The U.S. and the Nevada Tennis Associations will dedicate a court in memory of Lindsay Nixon and Tiffany Howell. These are the young ladies that were killed in a tragic traffic accident while on their way to a tennis tournament. And then on Thursday, October 12th, from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., the same organizations will host former tennis star Tracy Austin, and she will be there to hold a clinic on cardio tennis. That, again, is at the Lorenzi Park courts. Also on Thursday, October 12th, from 4 to 6, in the West Las Vegas Arts Center, there will be an event called Get Excited About Education. This is an evening event for area principals, teachers, and their schools, and the teachers are eligible for scholarships of $500,000 for essays written by these educators.
How about $500?
Yeah, 500,
Yeah,
sorry.
$500,000.
Sorry about that.
We don't have that kind of money.
That means a lot of people there. On Saturday, October 14th, at Police Memorial Park, there'll be the Walk and Roll for ALS event. This is to raise awareness of ALS, which is commonly referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease. The walk is free. It will feature live entertainment, hot dogs, chips, and drinks. Police Memorial Park, for those who don't know, is on Cheyenne and Metro Academy Way. This event will start at 11 a.m. The completion of a major bike project will be celebrated Monday, October 16th at 11 a.m. This is the Downtown to Red Rock Bike Trail, and it'll be dedicated on Alta near the 215 Beltway. But this is a project that runs through wards 1, 2, and 5, and it will allow bike riders to ride their bicycles all the way from downtown out to Red Rock, which is going to be quite an achievement, and it will help to support the city's priority of promoting healthy lifestyles. 2 neighborhood cleanups are occurring. The first is in Ward 3 on Saturday, October 7th. It'll start at 9 a.m. It's in the Church Noblet neighborhood area. And the second is Saturday, October 14th in Ward 6, starting at 9 a.m. This is in the Elk Ridge Neighborhood Association area. Anybody interested in those cleanup activities can call 229-6405 and get more information. And finally, in our continuing efforts to secure a grocery store in West Las Vegas, I just want to report on some activities that we're doing there. We've had what we thought was an attractive incentive package out there working through DLC Urban Core, which is a developer that we entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with to develop this shopping center, including a grocery store anchor. The incentive package apparently wasn't enough. We kept hearing that grocery stores were finding it hard to make this pencil out as a project in that community. So what we've done as staff, and it's contingent upon the council's final approval if we bring an agreement forward, is to offer a substantially increased incentive that basically equates to the equivalent of about $5 million dedicated to the actual construction of a grocery store. I'm not sure how much further we could go with this. This is a pretty aggressive incentive package at this point now. It includes tax increment financing and this $5 million either in the form of a contribution of land value to the project dedicated again to the building of a grocery store, or an actual deferred payment note that the city would offer as an incentive. What would required in return of DLC Urban Core is that within 90 days they get a commitment from a grocery store to anchor that center, and within 6 months after that they begin construction of the grocery store. Again, these offers are offered as part of the exclusive negotiating period. The final agreement would come back to the City Council for action. And that concludes my report.
Councilman, that's a great incentive, I think. Hopefully any other comments by the council members? Thank you, Dr. Shelley, for your report. At this time, I think I'd like to ask all the students to introduce themselves from the DSF here and tell us where they go to school and what their plans are for the future. Start down that end down there. Councilwoman?
Hello, my name is Carolina Prieto. I attend Las Vegas Academy and I'm an art major. I plan to go to college and major in international relations.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Vidas. I attend Rancho High School and I'm in the magnet program. I'm planning to study medical and planning to be a registered nurse.
My name is Leroy Chavez. I go to Cheyenne High School and I'm planning to go to college. I'm not real sure what I'm going to be, but maybe one of these city councilmen.
Hi, my name is Miguel Velasquez. I go to Canyon Springs High School. Right now, I want to be a physical trainer, but I have my sights set on other things, like I would like to be a firefighter, so I could help this great city.
Thank you.
My name is Gabe Cardenas, and I plan to go to college in University of Texas, and I would like to become a business administrator person. I like bossing people around.
Hi, my name is Rosa Isela Gomez. I attend Advanced Technologies Academy, and I'm planning on attending UNLV for the business management program, and I plan on opening up my own business, maybe a club. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you.
My name is Isabel Carriña. I want to go to college and I want to study fashion designer.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is a report possible action on the status of the federal legislative action plan and municipal issues at the 109th U.S. Congress. I see Mr. Olivas stepping forward, and with him is Vicki Cram, and I'm sure Vicki's ears are still ringing. Mr. Olivas?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council, and student participants. I'd like to say to the student participants that I was very impressed to hear the things that you're talking about doing in your life, and I'm not glad to report that if I was asked the same question about what I was going to do, I'd probably say I have no clue. So the fact that you have something that you're looking towards is very impressive, and we're glad that you could spend some time with us today. I'm joined today by Vicki Cram, who is with the firm Ball Janik, and she's our federal lobbyist. As many of you know, we do a federal plan each year, and that plan is kind of like a research paper. What it does is it talks about the things that we want in terms of federal money, and it also talks about the topics that we think are important to the mayor and council. And the document, which is right here, instead of research paper, talks about things like telecommunications, Yucca Mountain, eminent domain, homeland security, things that are near and dear to the participants and the participants of this council as well as the community. So we take this every year and we go back to Washington and we talk to our federal delegates, those people that represent us in Congress. We talk to them and say, these are the things that we want from you in terms of money, and here's the concerns that we have and the topics that we have that are of concern to our community. They use this throughout the year to guide them in their decision making when these topics come up. The fact that we're 3,000 miles away from Washington gives us a disadvantage, and that's why we have a federal lobbyist there. And Vicki is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, representing us. And she uses this as a guide for the city of Las Vegas related issues. So she knows where we stand on things. The staffers and our federal delegates use this on a day-to-day basis. When a topic comes up, they know where we stand on various topics. So this is used by a lot of people back in Washington. Today's presentation is to provide an update of where we're at on the 2006 plan, including our appropriation requests from last year, as well as current topics that are taking place right now in Washington, D.C. So if you don't have any questions, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vicki.
Are there any questions? Ms. Graham, please.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and student leaders. It's a pleasure to be out of Washington, D.C. for a few days, so thank you for having me here. As you're all aware, Congress adjourned last Friday, but left some key issues unresolved and will have to return in November after the election for a lame duck session. Among the issues Congress will need to take up in the lame duck session are all the appropriations bills which fund the domestic programs.
Ms. Coleman, if I could interrupt real
Yes.
quick, though. I was reading in the paper where we had one bill that was signed on Saturday or something. I think it's very important to the city of Las Vegas, and I know especially to Councilman Weekly down here on the end with some property out there on Decatur.
Yes, absolutely.
Was that in your report?
It's not in my report, but yes, it did. It passed, and it's on its way to the President for signature.
It's very important. Councilman Weekly's went back there and he lobbied with Senator Reid and Congress Lady Berkeley to get this 8 acres across from the old Wonder World that's out there by Fountain Park. And Councilman, I think you really got a coup there, and I just wanted to make sure that we get that out here today. I think it's great, and I know Councilman is working very hard to make sure that we get some good development on that parcel. And that, again, is working with your group. Stuff like this happens, so that's a success story.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Amongst the bills, the appropriations bills that are remaining are all the ones that fund domestic programs. Congress did pass the Homeland Security and the Defense Appropriations Bill, and they are on their way to the President for a signature. The House has managed to pass all the appropriations bills, but the Senate has only reported them out of committee at this point. The city was working hard to ensure full funding for some key programs, such as the Community Development Block Grant, which provides a lot of funding for community programs. And was also seeking additional funding for the city's EVOLVE, or Prisoner Reentry Program, and the youth initiative called Batteries Included. Although the process is not yet complete, there is over $1 million in specific funding for EVOLVE, as well as funding, although the funding level has not yet been established, for the youth initiative. There is also $250,000 for the Fifth Street School project. As always, our congressional delegation has worked extraordinarily hard on the city's behalf to secure this funding in a very difficult environment. The city has also been very active on a number of other issues of importance, and one such issue is the complex telecommunications overhaul, which has been wending its way through Congress this year. At issue is the city's ability and authority to manage public rights-of-way for the benefit of all, and the authority to charge franchise fees for the use of those rights-of-way. The city also seeks to protect and enhance local ability to provide for homeland security, and the city recognizes local roles in promoting non-discriminatory access to all telecommunications services. The House version of the telecommunications rewrite, H.R. 5252, passed the House by a vote of 321 to 101, and would make the franchising process occur at the Federal Communications Commission, as opposed to at the local level. Both the National League Cities and the U.S. Conference of Mayors oppose this bill. The Senate bill, S. 2686, is less onerous than the city's point of view. It has not yet been considered on the Senate floor, but there is a chance it could come up during the lame duck session. We have worked very closely with our delegation on these and other telecommunications versions of the telecommunications bill, and have also collaborated with other cities and national organizations to try and perfect the legislation. Should the telecommunications overhaul not be completed this session, there is the possibility that the FCC might try to establish a national franchising mechanism through its rulemaking process. And this would be the worst-case scenario from the city's point of view. We will continue to be vigilant on this topic and continue to work with all the parties and with our congressional delegation for the best possible outcome. Another issue on which Congress has been very active this session is eminent domain legislation in the wake of several Supreme Court decisions. On Friday, before they adjourned, the House passed H.R. 4772 by a vote of 231 to 181. It would allow property owners immediate access to federal courts rather than going through the state courts to contest land use or zoning decisions in a takings. It is not expected that the Senate will pass a similar bill during the lame duck session, but you never know. And we will continue to keep a close eye on this and similar bills. Although I wish I could be reporting that Congress had completed all their legislative work, and I could be making a final end-of-year report, we will continue to work with our hardworking and very effective congressional delegation until these issues are resolved. We are also in the process of crafting Our legislative agenda for the next Congress, the 110th Congress, and we are consulting with all the city departments and with all of you in assembling that agenda. I appreciate having this time to report to you on some of the activities on which we've been working over the past year. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Cram?
I have a question. Hi, Vicki. I guess one of the concerns that I have, and I was speaking to a couple of legislators yesterday with a lot of the recent crimes that's happening on school campuses, not only in the urban parts of our communities, but in the rural areas as well as, you know, what we've seen happen at the Amish school. Do you think that when Congress reconvenes that there will be some discussion as it relates to funding for schools to help provide with more security, or do you think that this is something that they're going to put back on states to deal with their own budget of the school districts?
Well, of course, I've been here since the most recent shooting, but I would imagine that that will probably be on all of their minds, and it may well be something that they might put some additional funding to when they consider these domestic appropriations bills, particularly the Department of Justice appropriations bill and also the Department of Education appropriations bill. I would imagine that they might be interested in putting some additional funds towards school safety.
Any other questions or comments? Any comments from our guests? Seeing none, hearing none. Councilor Merrick, we have a motion to accept the report, please.
I would move to accept the report, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is discussion of possible action on appeal of work card denial approved October the 5th, 2005, subject to initial one-year review. Gilbert Aguirre, 3700 Blacksburg, Las Vegas, Nevada. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Detective Tony Weeks with Special Investigations with Metro Police. You have before you, I believe, the original area concern report, which was from October 2005. Mr. Aguirre has been before you 6 months after that, which there were no additional area concerns at that time, and now another 6 months. So 1 year has gone by, and Mr. Aguirre has had no new additional area concerns.
Thank you, Tony. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Would you like to have anything to say?
Good morning, Pro Tem and council and student leaders. I just got this letter from my manager, so you know.
Okay. Are there any questions? Councilman Weekly, please.
Okay, Mr. Aguirre, I don't want to put you on the spot in a sense, but if you can, just real briefly, what would you say to these student leaders who are sitting here today, as you're standing in your position to apply for a work card? What would you say to them about the choices that we make early on at their age? That it could be a detriment to I guess, your future endeavors.
Just, think about what you do when you're young, because it comes back to you when you get older,
That makes sense, students? Thank you, sir.
Do we have a motion, please?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, what was the recommendation?
The recommendation would be to give him a permanent site-specific card, since this is his second time that he's come forward for the review.
Thank you. I would move to follow that recommendation.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Item 45 is discussion of possible action regarding the city attorney's sub-grant from the Division of Child and Family Services Pass-Through Victims of Crime Act, grant in the amount of $144,000, grant special review fund with $36,000 in-kind city match coming from general fund for a total of $180,000. Who from staff will be handling this?
My name is Mayor Tim. Mr. Mayor, Lieutenant, members of council, as you're aware, our office has had a domestic violence program for some years now, in part supplemented by grants from the federal government. Once again, we have applied for a Victims of Crime Act grant, and once again, we have received it. This is a 3-year grant in a total of $144,000. Our required 20% in-kind match
is $12,000 a year for a total of $36,000. The in-kind match can be services, and so in this case, it will be 2 other advocates assisting our Spanish-speaking advocate. So with that said, it's an order and recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jervik. Are there any questions or comments? Councilman Mark, we have a motion, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have a special motion to be made.
Okay.
Can we move to approval, please?
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license. Nevada Receivership LLC doing business at Crazy Horse 2, 2476 Industrial Road. Michael J. Signorelli, managing member 1%. This is in Ward 3. I see the applicant and his attorney are present. Mr. Jervik, please.
Thank you. I guess one of us has to go first. I'll be happy to, Mr. Mayor, to members of council. Before you today is a request for a temporary liquor license for a new operator for what was the Crazy Horse 2. Before we begin, I would like to just make a little bit of a record as what got us here today and what review my office has performed so that we can kind of make a record and put everything out for the public. The first thing I'd like to do is file with the clerk a copy of a lease dated September 1st, 2005 between Rick Riz LLC and the Power Company, Inc. This is the lease that reflects a lease of property from Mr. Rizzola, who owns Rick Riz, to the Power Company, Inc. And it's the first document that establishes who owns the building and who has control over the building. Since that time, our office has received 4 operating subleases. The last one was delivered this morning, and I've been working with Mr. Caruso to my right, and if I make any mistakes or anything needs to be added, I'm sure he'll...
I would have them introduce themselves, please, Mr. Caruso.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good morning, and good morning to the council and their guests. I'm Steve Caruso, the attorney for Mr. Signorelli, and this is Michael Signorelli.
Michael Signorelli, 308 West Sahara.
Thank you.
It's a little unusual for you to see the city attorney's office down here on a license. Usually you'll see us on a revocation of a license presenting the case. Because there were a number of legal documents here and a number of legal questions to be answered, we got involved in reviewing leases to make sure they comported with city policies and ultimately would result in an arm's-length transaction which would separate the previous owner and any other persons who pled guilty in the federal cases from the operation of the Crazy Horse 2. The first operating sublease that was presented to my office, I'm going to present to the clerk, had a number of problems and specifically allowed the previous owner access to the premise, allowed him to maintain an office on the premise, and actually prohibited Mr. Signorelli from terminating anybody who had an employment contract with the previous owner without the previous owner's permission. For obvious reasons, we didn't feel that distanced the previous owner from operation of the premises enough, and we've communicated that to business services, which communicated it to Mr. Caruso. But I'd like to file that as named number 1. That's the first operating sublease that would transfer the business to Mr. Caruso. I would also mention that the operating subleases reference a purchase and sale agreement, which was not attached to the first operating sublease, and I'll get to that in just a moment.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Herbert. Could you just place some, as we enter these into the record, place some dates on when you received that first one?
The first one was negotiated and signed September 19th of this year, delivered to business services by way of the fax notation at the top on September 20th, and given to my office Friday of last week. That's when I first received that.
Thank you. Roy, you have any problem with that? No. Okay. Very good.
Number 2 was an agreement. Mr. Cruz worked very diligently, sent this over on Monday, 2 days ago, and it is the second version of the operating sublease, which attempted to address the problems that were identified to business services as not appropriately separating the previous owner from the business. Specifically, we were looking at paragraph number 35 in the second agreement that talked about the operation of the business, and we felt that it still represented a problem. It had a provision that required that the tenant, that would be Mr. Signorelli, would assume all contracts of the landlord with respect to all third-party contractors and employees. Stopping there for a minute, third-party contracts with contractors is one thing. That could be liquor distributors, that could be maintenance service, that could be things of that nature, but employees was quite a different thing, and leaving it open-ended left the ability for employees who pled guilty to the federal charges to continue to be employed at the establishment. And it also went on to say that the landlord, through his designated representatives, shall have unlimited access to the premise, which we felt was inappropriate, and communicated that to Mr. Caruso. I'd like to file number 2 with the clerk at this time as well. Number 3 is the operating sublease that was delivered to our office yesterday, and it had attached to it the purchase and sale agreement that was referenced in the operating sublease number 2. It came a long way in addressing most of the problems that we had, but there were still specific problems in paragraph 23, which allowed the tenant, permitted the landlord and the owner to inspect the premise and enter the premises any time. Again, we were looking for a sublease which completely prohibited access to the premises by the previous owner and any of the individuals that pled guilty to the felony charges. Looking at paragraph 35, there were substantial corrections to it, but we felt that it still left room for the original owner and perhaps some other co-defendants who pled guilty to enter the premise. It didn't, for example, reference all the federal case numbers, and still had language in that we just felt needed tightening, and so we brought that to Mr. Caruso's attention. And finally, in the sublease, it referenced the mailing address for the Power Company, Inc. as the Crazy Horse address, which seemed inappropriate since the previous owner should not have access to the premises anymore at the end of this deal. The purchase and sale agreement itself also had an issue in paragraph 4.03 on page 4, which provided that the seller at his own cost and expense shall operate the property in substantially the same manner as it has operated the property before the effective date. Well, again, the seller's not operating anything here, and so we brought that to Mr. Caruso's attention and asked that that also be changed. This morning, at between 8:15 and 8:30, let me file that with the clerk as well. That's number 3. Number 4 is the operating sublease that we received this morning. After talking to Mr. Caruso yesterday, they agreed to make the changes to the agreement that would satisfy our duty to protect the public from individuals that ran the business before that had pled guilty to federal felonies. We asked that changes be made to paragraphs previously identified. I have not had an opportunity at this point in time to read this page by page. I have read the relevant paragraphs that I asked Mr. Caruso to change, and Mr. Caruso has made the exact changes that we suggested that would satisfy the city's concern that there not be any contact between individuals.
At this time, Mr. Jovic, I got to ask you a question then. You just received this. Do you feel comfortable at this time to make a recommendation to the city council?
I cannot tell you that I have read every line in this agreement, and that was going to be my next sentence, and I talked to Mr. Caruso about that earlier. What I can tell you is, of the 3 paragraphs that we asked to be changed, they were changed.
And if I may make a representation to the council as an officer of the court, the agreement is word for word.
Please identify yourself, please.
I'm sorry, Steve Caruso, the attorney for Michael Cigarelli. The changes have been implemented as requested by the city, and nothing else has been changed. So as an officer of the court, I'd like to make that representation to the council.
I can certainly appreciate that, Mr. Caruso, but again, this is not a 5-page document that I have here in front of me.
Sure, Your Honor, but the changes that were made...
I understand, sir. I understand. I have my own satisfaction level also, and I can certainly appreciate what you're saying.
The only thing I would point out, and I'm going to file this with the clerk as well, and I'm sure Mr. Caruso has no problem with it, and it's probably because they just didn't have them, but the federal cases are not listed at all. There's blank spaces for those. I'm sure Mr. Caruso would have no objection to including the correct case numbers in there at the appropriate time before the lease is signed.
We did that in the interest of time, counsel.
Right, that's what I assumed, but I wanted to make that as well, and I'll file number 4 with the clerk. That is the history of the lease and sublease and the purchase and sale agreement, which brings us before the council today. At the same time, there have been a number of issues that have come up. I spoke with the Mayor Pro Tem before this meeting. He asked me to clarify and maybe make a record on so that we don't have to go back on this later and explain it. I was hand-delivered a letter by Mr. Chris Christoph in my office last week. It's dated September 28, 2006. It's a letter of protest of the issuance of a temporary liquor license, and it purports to be signed by Reverend William Ahern, pastor Little Church of Las Vegas, that he claims is located on 2476 Industrial Road within 1,500 feet of the Crazy Horse 2 establishment. I have no way of knowing that. I'm just going to assume it's true. I'm going to assume that it is a church, and I'm going to assume that it is there. We've been asked to research as to whether or not that is prohibitive in any way
of a issuance of a liquor license, temporary or permanent, for this location. The Las Vegas Municipal Code addresses non-conforming uses in Chapter 19.16 and specifically talks about non-conforming buildings and non-conforming uses. To our knowledge, and Mr. DeFiore can correct me, I believe the Crazy Horse 2's liquor license prior to revocation goes back about 22 years. It may go back further than that, but at least that far. And at that point in time, the City of Las Vegas did not issue use permits. So we have a non-conforming building, non-conforming use, and no use permit at that time. As you know today, when you issue a liquor license, an individual needs to get a land use permission from our land use department that says it's appropriate, and you give a use permit. Then you do a suitability check on the individual who wants the applicant, who files the application, and then if they meet suitability, you issue it. But you need two things. In the absence of a use permit, our code talks about how long you have to take advantage of a non-conforming use if a use ceases. And it turns out it's no different than if you had a use permit. Today, if the Crazy Horse 2 had a land use permit to pour liquor, or was just grandfathered because they had been there for so long, they would have 6 months for the time of revocation to before that use would be extinguished at the site. So 6 months, in our opinion, from the time this council pushed a button to revoke the liquor license for Power Company, Inc., and from that point, the 6-month clock began to toll, and if liquor does not pour under a license during that time, it will cease forever at that location. However, this application has come in within the 6-month window and can be considered. The fact that there is a church there is just one more reason this building is a non-conforming use, but it's one of a number of reasons that pre-existed the existence of a church. So I want to state on the record that after research by our office, and I understand we have had an opinion also from planning, this liquor license could be issued if you find the applicant suitable. The church is not a prohibition. So I wanted to get that on the record, file that letter with the clerk, and make that clear.
Thank you, City Attorney Jervik. Any questions on that subject from the council members? I want it to be quite clear. Continue, Brad.
The final thing that I wanted to put on the record is that, as everybody is aware, there is a federal plea agreement between Mr. Rizzolo and other individuals that pled guilty to the federal charges that I believe requires federal approval of any sale of the club. Now, I have got a call into Eric Johnson. He is the Special Assistant United States Attorney who works with the Strike Force, who handled these negotiations at the federal level. As you probably read in the paper, he's currently trying the Hells Angels motorcycle case that occurred down in Laughlin years ago, and he's pretty tied up. But I left a phone message for him yesterday notifying him that for the first time I have the purchase and sale agreement, and I had two questions. One is, do they want to review it and give us their opinion prior to the council voting? And two, do they consider the lease itself something that they need to opine on? And I don't know the answers to either of those because I've not received a phone call back. But with that record made, I'll be glad to answer any questions this council has.
Are there any questions from the council members at this time? Mr. Caruso, I met with you and Mr. Signorelli. I really appreciate that. Mr. DeFore, do you have anything you'd like to put on the record at this time?
Just the fact that the temporary license, according to Business License Code, is considered for two situations. One, that the director has determined that preliminarily suitable, the applicant is preliminarily suitable to go forward with the application, and secondly, the appropriateness of the business at the location. Mr. Signorelli does meet the criteria for consideration for a temporary license, and the location, as we all know, has been an existing establishment for many years. So those are the two criteria that we have considered.
Thank you. Mr. Caruso and Mr. Signorelli, I haven't had a chance to go over this. I did meet with you. I was quite impressed. I understand some of the other council members haven't had the opportunity to visit with you. When Mr. Jervik informed me about the telephone conversation or the call to the feds, and he hasn't returned the call back, I don't feel comfortable myself going forward at this time. I just want to make sure that my staff can give me a clear recommendation on this contract. I think it's very important to the city of Las Vegas that we do this explicitly. I think it's important, not only for yourself, but for us, to make sure that we go through this with a microscope. And I feel that I don't feel comfortable at this time taking the action. I don't feel that without knowing what the feds say, yes, one way or the other, I don't feel comfortable going forward at this time. So if you have anything you'd like to say at this time, I would sure accept that. But I feel at this time I want to make a recommendation to hold this in abeyance until our next meeting on October 18th.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If I may. Likewise, I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Caruso and Mr. Signorelli, and very, very impressed with your application, your background. I enjoyed our meeting. You were upfront with all your answers, and also very detailed in some of our conversation, which I greatly appreciate. Echoing what Mayor Pro Tem said, my only concern, and it is not anything against you and your application, but the timing of all this has happened so quickly, literally 10 or 11 days and probably even smaller between schedules. And that is something that just raises the level of discomfort to a point where I will support the motion, and I know it's a coincidence, but even to the point where at least my documentation on our public agenda here, which is what we look at.
Thank you.
The backup refers to a temporary psychic art and science business license, and I don't think those are your plans for this establishment. So
I'm not aware of anything like that in our
it isn't, and I put that on the record. Not only that we have to fix our backup, but also just it may be a little signal that we need to take a step back, a deep breath, and just connect all the dots that have been raised, just to, at least from my perspective, to give us a little more comfort level with all the issues surrounding your application, with absolute support of our meeting and what your client has brought to the city.
Brad, could you explain that to us, please?
I did. I contacted Mr. DeFiore on Friday, and I noticed, we all noticed together the error in the backup documentation. I even saw something written that speculated that it wasn't an error, that it was really a psychic arts license for somebody who really applied for one. It's not. It was just an absolute error. There were two things spliced together that shouldn't have been. It was corrected. I think new backup was filed prior to the meeting. There's no psychic art license involved. Just one more confusing fact to add to the puzzle here, but that should be easy to dispel.
Thank you.
If I may, Councilman, we're very saddened to hear about this. I got to tell you, Mike Signorelli came here in around 1969. After graduating from the University of Rhode Island with honors, joined the Air Force, came to Nellis Air Force Base, and before he left the Air Force, decided to make Las Vegas his home. The distinction with which he's developed personally and professionally here is very impressive, at least to me. Not only did he get his master's here with a fellowship, but the doctorate that my client earned was the very first doctorate that was awarded in a Nevada accredited school. He's worked for Howard Hughes. He worked for Sun Homes. In 1998, he had an unrestricted gaming license as chairman, CFO of the Mesquite Star Casino, NetStar Gaming. I've examined this plea agreement, and I'll represent to you as an officer of the court that what this portion of the plea agreement is to show that there are no mob ties to anyone buying the property. That's the sole purpose of that plea agreement, and I'm sure Mr. Jervik will agree with me. La Cosa Nostra, LCN, is mentioned specifically. That's what they're worried about.
Mr. Caruso?
Yes.
Just for information, he's not on trial here.
I know.
We certainly appreciate that. We as a city, we have to feel comfortable in every decision we make here. And I don't feel comfortable today. Now, if you want to go forward, that's your prerogative. Well, but I just feel a lot safer for myself as well as for your applicant to hold this in abeyance.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Pro Tem, if
Councilman,
I might make a comment,
Please.
please. I was just going to echo what you said. I don't think there's anybody questioning Mr. Signorelli at all. But the problem is, we all know that this is an important decision being made within the city. It involves a lot of people's lives. It involves years of work and effort on the part of many people involved in government. And we need to be sure that our decision is as sound a decision as we can make. The only problem is that all this information came in so late to us. Not that you didn't work very hard, you did. And again, I echo Councilman Brown, thank you for your candor in the meetings, and thank you for all the information that you provided for us. But we have a heavy responsibility to the citizens. Our job is to do the very best we can, and you really can't take a document of this length and be able to feel comfortable with it when you have such a short period of time. I just wanted to echo what the other council individuals were saying. Thank you.
Mr. Signorelli?
Let me just say, if I may, that everybody on the city council, staff, and everybody in the city hall has, Metropolitan Police Department, everyone has done an extraordinary job trying to expedite this thing. I mean, I'm just proud of my city and everybody here. And I totally understand where you're coming from, and I couldn't disagree. And I just want to say that.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any other comments by the council members? My motion is going to be to hold this in abeyance until our next meeting, October the 18th, please.
Can somebody else speak?
Not on this item, thank you. We're going to hold it in abeyance. It's not a discussion item. It's not a public hearing item. Please cast your vote. You've heard the motion. Cast your vote, please. Please post. We're voting again. Please post. Motion carries, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if we could instruct the clerk, I believe that 2 weeks from now is also a line item that would ask for a rehearing of the revocation of the license for Crazy Horse 2. If we could put this on before that hearing, I don't know that it will render it moot. It seems likely it would if there was a license granted, so that would be my request.
Ronnie, have any problem with that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Just for those in the audience, this is not a public hearing item today, and we are going to hold this in abeyance, and we'll see what we'll do in 2 weeks, but it's not a public hearing item.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Item 47, discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a new hypnotist license subject to provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes. Barry L. Newman, LLC, 6857 West Charleston Boulevard.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of a temporary approval of this hypnotist license, and that would be my recommendation going forward with the conditions imposed.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant? Anything you'd like to say, sir?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, student leaders. My name is Barry Newman. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and have been since 1982. I presently hold a license for Clark County, but have just moved into new offices, which falls under the city of Las Vegas. So consequently, I'm applying for a license so I can continue my practice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Mr. Newman? Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
I'm going to have our guests make the motion.
Thank you.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Move to approve with all conditions. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries. 48, 49, 50 have been held in abeyance, so we'll go to 51. 51 is discussion and possible action regarding the disposition and development agreement, DDA, between the City of Las Vegas and Habitat for Humanity, Las Vegas, for the construction of 7 family homes located at 1929, 1933, 1937, 1941, 1945, 1949, and 1953 Gregory Street. This is in the Councilman McLeese ward. Mr. Carson, please.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Steve Harson, Director of Neighborhood Services Department. This is a request to approve the disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Habitat for Humanity's Las Vegas for the development of 1.1 acres of land on Long Gregory Street near the intersection of Lake Mead and Losey Lane in Ward 5.
The Gregory Street project consists of 7 undeveloped lots adjacent to the Casper Park neighborhood, which is a single-family neighborhood that was developed in the 1960s. On October 16th of 2005, the City of Las Vegas initiated a request for proposal for the construction of affordable housing. 2 applicants submitted the proposal, and Habitat for Humanity's Las Vegas was awarded the project based on a proposed development plan and a commitment to build single-family homes with no additional subsidy and to remain affordable for 50 years. Let me fast forward up on that. To meet the increasing needs of affordable housing, the Gregory Street project will contribute an additional 7 homes for ownership in this public-private partnership, with the by the city leveraging land valued at $455,000, with over $1 million in contributions from community partners, future homeowners, and gap financing as needed by Habitat for Humanity. The development agreement requires construction to begin within 6 months and completion of the construction to occur within the following 12 months. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Guy Amato, the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanities, and he will describe the project, the partnerships, the commitments, and the timelines.
Thank you. Guy Amato, Habitat for Humanity, 1573 North Decatur Boulevard. Okay. We are proposing to build 7 single-family homes on the lots that are presently there. We will not require any rezoning or reparcelization of the land. We will build a 2-bedroom home, 5 3-bedroom homes, and 1 4-bedroom homes, ranging in square footage from 979 square feet to 1,404 square feet. The homes will be wood framed, stucco siding, and tile roofs. Each home will be engineered to meet ENERGY STAR efficiency ratings, and landscaping will incorporate water efficiency and ease of maintenance for the homeowners. The designs you see in front of you, this first one is the 2-bedroom home. It will have a 2-car garage. Again, on the right side, you see 3 possible elevations for the home. Each of the designs we have has 3 possible elevations, so in the product mix, the homes will have each a different kind of look, but will maintain a theme so that the community has a cohesiveness to it. Again, this is the 3-bedroom model. These are simple homes. There's nothing elaborate about them, but they're decent homes. These are market rate homes. We don't build homes that are necessarily cheap, but these are homes that would normally be built by any commercial developer. They were designed by Clifford A. Marshall, architect, who's a member of our board of directors, and it was done in cooperation with another board member from Astoria Homes. So these are homes that one would find in any commercial development around the valley. And this is the 4-bedroom model. We've maintained a sizable footprint with these to accommodate the different infill pieces we have around the city, so it will conform with lot sizes, varying sizes. It will conform with most zoning without additional request for variances. This is a list of the project financing that we're getting that has already been received, actually. You can see from the Bank of America, this is the 3rd of 3 homes they've sponsored. Cashman Equipment is celebrating their 75th year of doing business in Las Vegas with an $80,000 grant. Wells Fargo Foundation has been a supporter of Habitat for over 10 years. And the other smaller donations there are from folks that have been giving over a number of years. In-kind donations is where we get donated materials, professional services, and volunteer labor from our community. And while it's hard to put a dollar figure on a lot of that and to know exactly what we can expect in any particular given project, consistent over the last 15 years, the success of our projects have been due in large part to the community efforts and volunteers in our community, as well as the homeowners themselves, each of whom are required to perform 250 hours of volunteer labor building homes. We have other commitments that are coming that have been committed, and we have just not received the checks yet. The Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors has been a supporter of Habitat for many, many years, and their installation dinner this winter will, the auction there for their fundraising, the proceeds of which go to a home each year. Western Regional Mortgage Brokers is sponsoring a home presently on city-donated land, and are coming back in November for their national convention and have committed once again to do a sponsorship. The Nevada Subcontractors Association builds the house. We don't, we just support that contribution by delivering the slab, and the Nevada subcontractors come in and they actually build the house, and they have committed to doing one house a year for the next 5 years. This will be the third of 5 that they're doing. And then our own developers funds. We are a well-funded organization. I was in before the council just last month for a use permit for a new restore, which will generate funds to cover our operating costs, and that allows more of the donations we get from the general public and from the companies in town to go to actual construction of homes. So that's the financing that we see. Is that the last slide? Construction to begin, 90 days from today is when this slide says we should have permits, and I would really be thrilled if I could get permitted in 90 days. We'll anticipate 6 months to get permits. We, in fact, started engineering 3 weeks ago. I engaged an engineering firm in anticipation of receiving these lots, and we've incurred those expenses in anticipation of receiving the lots to expedite that process. We, as an organization, will also pay for the expedited plan check, which should cut the time period down, but I think 90 days might be a little optimistic. Construction complete within 18 months. We anticipate we will actually finish construction within 12 months, and that was the original response in the RFP and in the DDA as well. So I just wanted to clarify that. The overall timeline will be consistent with what the slide is indicating. However, just some clarification on what each element would take in terms of time. We have been working in cooperation with the city. Councilman Weekly has been instrumental in supporting us, as the Neighborhood Services Department has, for the last 15 years. We've built over 37 homes in West Las Vegas over the past 15 years. This 7 lots on Gregory Street are a continuation of our efforts in West Las Vegas, as in other parts of Clark County, to help revitalize neighborhoods by building decent and affordable housing. These homes will be sold to families whose income does not exceed 60% of the area median income. This is a critical piece of being able to provide a hand up, if you will, to working families in our community. Our criteria are very stiff to get into the project. People must have demonstrated financial responsibility in their history. They can't have had a bankruptcy within the last 2 years. However, when we look at credit ratings and credit reports, we're just concerned that they're not carrying too much debt and that they don't owe any past bills, for example, the phone bills or things like that, before they apply. Each home must remain affordable for 50 years. The concept of maintaining an affordable stock of housing has come to the forefront within the discussions with the city and with our community as land becomes more expensive and scarce. Habitat has not generally worked within that kind of an environment previous to this project. It caused us to examine our policies and our procedures to look at how we go about building affordable homes. Generally, we have just sold the home to the homeowner, and they have been free to sell that home at will, and we recoup funds by holding a silent second mortgage. Basically, we sell the house for what it cost us to build, but when the house gets sold by the homeowner, they're responsible for paying off a note that includes the difference between the cost of the house to be built and the appraised value. Those funds would have come back to Habitat for Humanity in the past and funded the next home we build. As land becomes more scarce and construction becomes more expensive, we found that that formula may not be the best formula. In examining our relationship with this 50-year affordability period, we realized that we are in an opportunity to help the homeowner continue to build equity, but by buying the home back from the homeowner, we can then maintain an affordable stock of housing. We would be responsible for rehabbing that house and then selling it again to the next family who meets the qualifications. This is actually a tremendous benefit to Habitat for Humanity because it will be less expensive for us to buy the home back than it would be to buy new land and construct a new home. Meanwhile, the homeowner is still building equity because we establish a no-interest mortgage with that homeowner so that every payment they make every month is literally money going into a savings account. And we will have to be developing a formula by which we purchase the home back for everything that they've paid in terms of mortgage, plus some interest. And that will afford them the opportunity to build wealth, live in a stable, clean, safe environment, raise their children properly, have enough expendable income after paying their mortgage and taxes to be able to properly care for their family, even if they are only making 60% of the area median income. It's been a formula for success over the last 15 years, and we anticipate it will go forward. I am free to answer any questions, should you have any.
Are there any questions, Mr. Motto? Great program. Councilman Weekly, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Sir?
Yes, we are very excited about this project and believe these homes will continue to enhance this mature neighborhood. We would like to thank the residents of Casper Park, Neighborhood Services, and Habitat for Humanity.
Thank you. Any question on the motion?
Public comment?
Sure.
Thank you. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. It appears to be an excellent program. And has been for some time. Just two quick questions. You mentioned everything except what will be the range of cost, the price of the homes upon completion in 2 years? Second question. Will there be any impact whatsoever upon the Community Land Trust program that was approved by the City Council several meetings ago? Thank you very much.
No, the second question. Mr. Motto, would you like to answer the first question?
I can answer the first question. While it's difficult to anticipate cost, we are projecting a cost for the 2 bedrooms somewhere in the area of $115,000 to $120,000, and on the 4 bedroom, probably $130,000 to $140,000 in cost.
Thank you. Recommend you freeze those prices and put them in item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote, please. Yes. Please pose. Motion carries.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate it very much. Councilman Weekly, thank you for everything you do for us. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, just as a note, was instrumental in helping us get a zoning variance on 3 homes that we're building on Upland Boulevard, the land which was donated, again, by the City of Las Vegas. So the next 10 homes we are building over the next 12 months are in great part due to the generosity of the city, and we really, really appreciate it. And we are pulling permits next week, finally, on that project. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 52 is being trailed to be heard in conjunction with redevelopment agency items number 3 and 4. We'll move on to item 53.
Boards and Commissions, abeyance item, Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, Chris Lazaro, term expiration 12/12/2006, resigned 8/23/2006. Margene Shea, term expiration 12/11/2008, resigned 8/8/2006. Options are appoint a new member to fill Mr. Lazaro's unexpired term and appoint a new member to fill Ms. Shea's unexpired term. Councilman Brown, do you have a recommendation for Mr. Lazaro's seat?
Thank you, ma'am. I do a question to the Mayor Pro Tem. Are we jointly recommending Mr. Aker?
That'd be fine, sir, yes.
All right, well, in the second slot, there is some backup, but I did not have a chance to contact the applicant, so I would limit my recommendation to Mr. Mike Aker. Many of you know Mike. He is a longtime Las Vegan, certainly actively involved in the Little League programs throughout the valley. He is president of the District 4 League, which is everything west of I-15. Many of his teams have been recognized here, mostly from Ward 6, but there are some other Little League teams in the rest of the city. But Mike has expressed an interest. Both the Mayor Pro Tem and I have received information from Mr. Aker. I spoke to him personally earlier in this week, and he's very excited to be part of the board and serve the city in additional capacity. So I would move to appoint Mr. Mike Aker to fill Mr. Lazaro's unexpired term.
Thank you, Councilman. Speaking for Mr. Akers, he was also president of the Central Little League for quite a few years. He worked very, very closely with Little League. He's very, very well liked and respected in the community, and so I'm also going to support Mr. Akers' appointment to this board. Yes, please. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. It carries. And at this time, I'd recommend that we hold Ms. Shea's appointment in advance for another 2 weeks, please. Vote on that, please. Please cast your vote. Post, please. Thank you. At this time, I do want to mention that I was in contact with Mr. Cashell's office yesterday. As you know, the mayor made a bet with the mayor of Reno, and he, as always, loses. And he's supposed to be wearing a University of Reno shirt today. The mayor did ask me if I would wear a shirt, but we couldn't find one in the city of Las Vegas. So Mr. Cashell is going to send one down from Reno so that the mayor will be fulfilling his debt at the next meeting and wear University of Reno's shirt. At this time, we have 5 visitors with us down here, and I hope they're visitors down here, young people. If you would like to step forward, please, and give us your names and tell us what you're, who you're representing here today or what you're doing here. Come to the microphones, please, and introduce yourselves so you can be recognized. Maybe get credit for your homework or whatever.
My name is Kayla Badra from Valley High School. We're here for a government project to observe a city council meeting for our quarter project.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Arias, also from Valley High School. We are here to learn about how city council works and to understand how our city works a little bit better for our government class.
Are you learning anything?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting.
Thank you.
Oh, parliamentary procedure. That's sticking to my brain.
Alexis Merrill, also Valley High School government class. And, well, they pretty much covered all of it. So, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
My name is Iris Ajuzium. I'm with them.
Jesus Oropeza. I'm here for the same purpose.
And you're driving the car, right?
What?
And you're the driver. You're the chauffeur, right?
Yeah. Well, not really.
Well, we just want you to know we appreciate you coming, and if you have any questions, you can sure contact the councilman, council members if they're in their office or whatever. We appreciate what you're doing, and we hope you learn a little bit of something anyhow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If we could actually get a signature on these to prove we were here, that would be by any
Jace,
that would be wonderful.
Can we give you like 5?
Yeah.
Jace, we'll get some of the press, and we'll pass them up. We'll get them back to you today, okay?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Item 54 is recommended committee.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. On that previous discussion regarding the mayor's wager with the mayor of the city of Reno, what was the number of that agenda item, please?
It was just an informational item, sir.
Duly noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 54 is recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2006-52 allows certain types of surfaces in lieu of paving and parking areas used for temporary real estate offices, sponsored by Councilman Ross. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have this bill read, please?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Before the bill is read, I would like to remind the council that we are now in the second go-around with UNLV's Boyd School of Law and sponsoring externs in our office. Today we have Chris Kircher with us. He's our fall extern, and he'll be reading the bills eligible for adoption. Chris?
Maybe you understand them then.
Bill number 20652, an ordinance to allow certain types of services in lieu of paving in parking areas used for temporary real estate sales offices and to provide for other related matters.
You have a motion? Councilman Ross?
Move to approve, Your Honor.
You got a motion for approval? Please cast your vote. Yes. Please post. Motion carries. Bill number 2006-53 adopts a revised Town Center Development Standards Manual to provide for greater consistency with Title 19, sponsored by Councilman Steve Ross. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have the bill read, please?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Bill number 20653, an ordinance to adopt the revised Town Center Development Standards Manual, provide for greater consistency with Title 19, and to provide for other related matters.
Mr. Ross, you have a motion, please?
I do, Your Honor. I just want to point out that Chris and I are both wearing pink ties today. Real men do wear pink, Your Honor, and would look for cool this agenda item.
All right, votes, too. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 56 is Bill number 2006-56, clarifies the applicability of recently updated development standards pertaining to walls and fences, proposed by Margot Wheeler, Director of Planning and Development. Councilman Tarkanian, do you wish to have this bill read, please?
Yes, please.
Bill number 20656, an ordinance to clarify the applicability of recently updated development standard pertaining to walls and fences and provide for other related matters. And Attorney Valsteed has a proposed amendment.
Thank you. Yesterday at the Recommending Committee, we presented some additional changes. This bill, as originally introduced, was to correct an ordinance regarding walls and fences that you adopted last month, to include a provision that we had left out about how it applied to various types of development. And after the bill was introduced, we found that we had made a mistake on some of the code references, and so this First Amendment will fix those code references as well as add some language that had been left out of the definition of a front yard wall or fence. And with that, I would recommend you approve it with the First Amendment.
Any questions?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Tom McGon, Las Vegas resident. Stating this complexity, what would be the principal significant change in the updating and correction of the subject bill, if any, regarding walls and fences? And I assume that's citywide applicability. So if you would not mind suggesting that Deputy City Attorney Steve cover that question.
Would you like me to do that, Mayor Pro Tem?
Please.
The changes in the First Amendment are to correct the reference to Section 19.08.070 to read 19.12.075 in two places, and to add the phrase to the definition of front yard wall fence. It includes a structure designed to delineate or provide security along the front property line or residential parcel, and the addition is to say, or to provide security within the front setback area of a residential parcel.
I can only assume, since it wasn't addressed, that they may also apply to the rear portion of the lawn or whatever it is to the property. So security is an omni-comprehensive situation. There's no good at all to secure the front, but you also secure the rear, such as the border situation. Anyhow, I will assume that it's, the city attorney's office can cope with that issue immediately, if not sooner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, just to address the coping abilities of the city attorney's office, the only error in the ordinance was with regard to the front yard. The portions of the previous ordinance that had to do with the rear yard was fully correct as originally adopted.
Let's bring that on the record. Councilman Tarkanian, do we have a motion, please?
Move for approval as first amended.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Yes. Please post.
I have to tell you, once you teach, you always teach, and that's what I was trying to do here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. It's been fun, though. Please post. Motion carries. Whoops. Yep. We're okay. We're okay. Item 58, Bill 58 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll go on to new bills. New bills items 59 and 60, bills 2006-57, 2006-58 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, October 17, 2006. I'd like to have these bills read, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 2657, an ordinance to amend the ordinance 5834 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the legal description of the annexed territory and property related matters. And finally, bill number 2658, an ordinance to repeal and replace chapter 11.14 of the municipal code relating to driving under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, chemicals, poisons, organic solvents, or compounds, providing for penalties and enhancements, providing for related offenses to discourage driving under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, chemicals, poisons, organic solvents, or compounds, and to provide for other related matters.
These new bills, I'd like to ask Councilman Tarquini and Councilman Ross if they'd be available, please.
Yes, I would be available.
Thank you.
And I will too also, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'll assign those council members to hear these bills. The council meeting will remain open to hear council item number 52 to be heard with agency items 3 and 4. I got to go to a new book. Sorry about that. The Redevelopment Agency meeting of October the 4th, 2006 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. I'll read in the record council item number 52 is discussion of possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with a commercial visual improvement program agreement between the agency and Main Street Holdings LLC property owner and High Post LLC doing business at Epic Shoes tenant located at 1209 South Main Street to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectivities of the agency. Agency number 3 is RA 8, 2006, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and the Main Street Studios LLC and High Post LLC doing business at Epic Shoes located at 1209 South Main Street to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectivities of the agency. Agency number 4 is discussion of possible action regarding a commercial visual improvement program agreement with Main Street Studios LLC and High Post LLC doing business at Epic Shoes, providing funds to assist with improvements to a commercial building located at 1209 South Main Street, not to exceed $50,000 Redevelopment Agency Special Revenue Fund. All these items are in Ward 3. Mr. Adams, please.
Good morning. Scott Adams, the Director of the Office of Business Development. This is another series of 3 items that would approve a visual improvement program grant for a project at 1209 South Main Street. And I have on the overhead a series of photos that show before on the top and after the plans that this property owner and tenant plan to make to this property in terms of converting an existing storefront into a new retail business that would house a shoe store. The first item is the council item, is a resolution where the council simply grants that and consents to the actions taken by the redevelopment agency in this matter. The second item is that of the redevelopment agency, which resolves that the actions are consistent with the redevelopment plan. There's no other reasonable means of funding available. And the third item approves the funding in amount required to complete these improvements. The estimated cost is $27,000, which we would split with the property owner 50-50, and approves the agreements that we enter into with respect to making the funding available and controlling the ultimate maintenance and use of the property. So those are the 3 items that we're asking that you approve. Staff recommends approval. We do have befores and after, and there's a gentleman here representing the business who can speak to his plans for the business.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Todd Burden, and let's see, my address is 1209 South Main Street. I currently own Still, which is located in Fashion Show Mall. It's a men and women's boutique that services, of course, men and women. It's a denim-based store, and out of the demand of our customers, we are looking to expand our business. And as you can see before you, this would be a shoe store called Epic Shoes, just based on the development of downtown Las Vegas, but then also taking advantage of the opportunity where, of course, First Friday has a captive audience every single month. We thought that this would be a great location to go down to the Arts District, be able to utilize the program, take the funding, and also create just a really dynamic storefront that would be very appealing to, of course, all the local consumers. But then also we greatly feel that this will be something that will definitely be beneficial to the city and other businesses in the redevelopment, I should say, of course, of the Arts District in downtown.
Thank you very much for those comments. Are there any questions to the applicant? Hearing none. On council item number 52.
Any public comment, Mayor?
Sure.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident in the Arts District of Ward 3, formerly 1, in the city of Las Vegas. This is really evident as an epic improvement. And I don't mean that kiddingly. The person representing the applicant is impeccable. I'm sure the property will be operated in an impeccable manner that is beneficial to the entire city, not just the Arts District. There are other premises in the Arts District that would benefit immediately by an upgrade of this type, most notably at the intersection of Main and Charleston, which is just a couple of blocks from this enterprise here. In that neighborhood, it appears to be quite blighted. It has been for many, many decades. I assume that the city council has something like that in mind for improving those areas, although I haven't really discussed yet, but I'm sure you will imminently, within the next couple of meetings, let's say. So my recommendation is strongly, and without further discussion, approve the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On item number 50, council item number 52, I'll follow Mr. McGowan's recommendation for approval. Move to approve item number 52 with all conditions, please. Please vote. Cast your vote. Post, please. Motion carries. And on agency item number 3, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And on agency item number 4, same recommendation for approval following staff's recommendation. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We pushed the wrong button? Show is voting yes. She just wants to see if he's awake. Motion carries. And we'll go to item number 5, please. Thank you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Discussion of possible action regarding an estoppel certificate to High Pole Real Estate Capital Corporation and Bear Stearns Commercial Mortgage, Inc. concerning the first amended and reinstated owner participation agreement dated July 7, 2004 with WMCV Phase 1 LLC, WMC 1 Associates LLC, World Market Center 2 Associates LLC, and World Market Center Phase 2 LLC. This is Councilman Winkley's ward. The recommendation is approve and authorize the chairperson to execute the same and any related documents.
Okay, this is an item that has been requested by our World Market Center for their refinancing of Phase 2 of World Market Center. You have previously approved some of these estoppel certificates in previous financings on World Center. They're attempting to refinance the Phase 2 project in the amount of $345 million and need an estoppel certificate from the redevelopment agency that certifies that the agreement that we have with them, which is an owner participation agreement for the TIF rebate funding, is in full force and effect, that there are really no events that would create a default situation under that agreement, and that all the obligations of the developer under the agreement have been completed and duly performed by World Market Center under that agreement. We have taken this very, very seriously. made sure that all those documents that are required to be submitted to be compliant with the owner participation agreement have been submitted to the city, and therefore recommend approval. There are issues that you may need to ask the developer in terms of how they're complying with certain aspects of those requirements, and we've asked the developer to meet with the ward councilman on this project, as well as be present today to answer any questions that you might have with respect to any of the submittals or any of their obligations under this agreement as they move forward. So we'd certainly defer to the representatives here that are present with World Market Center to answer any questions that you might have with respect to this. But staff does recommend approval based on the fact that they have provided all the submittals they need under the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Are there any questions? Do the World Market Center people have to come up? Councilman Weekly, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd just like to thank again Mr. Holgate very much. I see he's in the audience here with us with their legal counsel who's here also. And I want to thank him very much. On yesterday we held a meeting with Mr. Dondero and Mr. Sawyer and all the parties involved here with this project here to discuss, the owner participation concerns that we had as it relates to employment opportunities and just the different opportunities that goes on there as it relates to subcontracting and procurement opportunities. And we have discussed some other options out there and making sure that we work with chambers such as the Latin, Urban, and Asian Chamber of Commerce. And we're in the process right now of working on a little mini plan of outreach, if you will, and we'll be working with Mr. Holgate and the rest of the crew there to ensure that we do our part to make sure that any levels of participation that the community can get involved in as it relates to minority participation, we want to make sure that that happens. And so I appreciate them so very much for coming out to meet with us and to be very amenable in ensuring that any levels of participation are going to be put out there via Las Vegas Sentinel Voice, the El Mundo, or even the Asian publications to let the public know that there are opportunities out there. So thank you very much, Mr. Holgate, for that. I appreciate it very much. And also, too, I'd like to thank Mayor Goodman in his absence, but as well as Councilwoman Tarkanian and those from staff who came out to the groundbreaking of Building Number 3. This is an extremely exciting project that's happening in downtown Las Vegas, and to see it happening so fast and to be unveiled right before our eyes, we can go back maybe 4 years ago, if that long ago, and we remember when we thought nothing would happen on this site, and lo and behold, it's happening, and we're very excited about it. And so, Scott, I'd like to thank you and Mr. Van Gorp and your entire office as well for your support, as well as Dr. Sylvie and all the managers for working with us and keeping us in the loop and helping us to keep the community abreast of what's going on out there. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure if you're going to have public comment on this, but I am ready to make a motion.
Great.
Barry.
I will probably support the good councilman's motion, whatever it is. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I, like you, am very impressed with what some refer to initially as the butt building, the big butt building, very artistic and aesthetic, etc. So I had two brief questions regarding the World Market Center development project and complex. First question is, and you may answer at your convenience or leisure if you wish, what was the specific reason for the estoppel? And the second, perhaps more significant question in terms of public interest is, when is the World Market Center going to be open to the public? If ever.
I can answer number 2, and I'll give number 1 to Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Councilman.
Number 1 is very simple. Anytime you realize a financing of a major project, the lender always wants to know that all the agreements that are in effect, that we respect that property that they're financing, are in full force and effect. There's nothing that would in any way endanger their financial position as they move forward with the financing. So the estoppel basically certifies that as of this date, all of these things are in full force and effect and the agreement's valid.
And on question number 2, Mr. McGowan, we've worked very closely with Mr. Sawyer as well as Mr. Holgate. We've had several tours of World Market Center, and they've been always very open when we have groups. We try and establish groups opposed to doing one-on-one tours because the building is just so big. But they've been extremely amenable to when we organize groups that would like to go inside and tour World Market Center. We've done that. I think I've made it up to the 5th floor, and I hadn't made it past that. That's about all I can do. It's huge, and so anytime we have any groups from the public that would like to go on a tour, we work with them, and they make arrangements for us to do that. So that's how it works.
Councilman?
Yes.
What that is what you're saying so that it's understood by some of the people who might not be as aware, is that the public can come if they go to the managers of World Market Center and arrange for a tour, but you can't just go in and buy.
Right.
It's not like a store.
Absolutely.
That's what
And I think that if anyone from your ward, the various wards or council offices on this dais here, if your constituents are interested in going on a tour, sure, if they contact your office and you can work with Mr. Holgate or Mr. Sawyer, they'd be more than happy to take you on a tour of the site. But you're right. You can't go in and go shopping.
That's what a lot of people want to do.
Thank you. Councilman Weekly, can we have a motion, please?
Yes, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Redevelopment Agency, item number 6, discussion and possible action regarding extending the Neonopolis parking validation program for 90 days to Joshi and Associates, located at 450 Fremont Street, Ward 5, Weekly. Mr. Adam, approval and ratify actions of staff. Mr. Adam.
Okay, this is an item that goes back to the workout that we brought to you months ago that allowed for the sale of Neonopolis from Prudential to Rohit Joshi. During that workout, one of the things that we did was temporarily extend by 90 days the parking validation program that's been in effect since the inception of Neonopolis. There is a program where parking validation is discounted to the end user, and then the owner of Neonopolis pays that discounted rate on behalf of the retail buyers who go into the facility. Mr. Joshi, who now owns the facility, came to us and asked that we extend that validation program from the date it was to expire, which was September 8th, for another 90 days. We entertained that request on September 15th, and you have in your packets issued a letter to Mr. Joshi indicating we would do so subject to your approval, which we're asking for today. We asked that he bring current any past amounts that he owe on past validation, that he continue to work with our staff, with the mayor and the council, particularly the ward councilman, on this project so that he can share with us his plans and vision for where he's going with the project, and then appear before you on no later than December 6th to present those plans and consider the possibility of another extension for another 90 days of a validation program that would give us then another 90 days to consider any permanent amendments to the agreements that exist between the building and our ownership of the parking garage and the property. So what we're asking for is ratification of the letter that we sent to Mr. Joshi on September 15th that does all those things. So he would come back to us in December with his plans. Then at that point, we would consider the extension for another 90 days, possibly a permanent amendment to the agreements that exist that provide for permanent changes to the parking arrangements that exist. And then at that point, we would know where he's going with the project. I have asked Mr. Joshi to be here today to answer any questions that you might have with respect to the project at this time.
Are there any questions?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Joshi.
Hi, Lawrence.
You just state your name.
I'm Joshi. My address is 8981 Opus in Las Vegas.
I've seen the beautiful renderings of your proposed changes to the site there. Give us a future forecast of what's happening.
You know, right now, it's 300,000 square feet gross buildable area as it sits today. And in that, about 220,000 is leasable area, of which 110 comprises of Jillian's Restaurant, Galaxy theaters that we just changed, as well as Poker Dome, which has been doing very well, by the way. That's about 15,000 square feet. And a jeweler. Combined, that is about 55% of the entire leasable area. So we only have about 100,000 square feet leasable, and that's what we're trying to do, in which we have a lot of credit tenants available to occupy the space. In the last 3 months, working with the business development offices and redevelopment agency, we were able to communicate with about 160,000 square feet of tenants, credit tenants, that wants to participate in this property. And it's not because we've done a great job. I think there's just not enough space in downtown to occupy. So we have that particular plan worked on retail, dining, entertainment. In addition to that, Times Square development, we are working with the Bowery Street, the 42nd Street, the Broadway, and the entire area of the 42nd Street. And so we think that there are a lot of tenants there that we would like to bring them in here in plan number B. And the third plan is to do all kinds of assemblage around the property to create a bigger project. So we're working on those. We'll work those out in the next 90 days and try to come up with a good solution for parking garage and work with Scott and Steve and Gorp and, of course, Doug Selby's offices.
So in your future plans, are you all looking to keep Jillian's as well as the Crown Theaters there?
Right now, we own those two businesses. The only thing we don't own in the property is the Poker Dome and one jewelry store. So with ownership of those, we will decide as we go along as to what the best alternates are for the tenants that we've got. But right now, we are keeping them open, yes.
I think that's good. I think Jillian's as well as Crown Theaters, they're like downtown's best kept secret, because every time I ask young people about it, they have no idea. They have never heard of it in downtown Las Vegas. And you know, this summer we were very blessed and fortunate. We sponsored a movie summer series for children, and it was strange because as our summer camps brought children downtown to Crown Theaters, to the movies, those children had never been there before. And so, you know, we hope that you keep the theater because it's a great place, you know, for families to go in. You can go to the movies for $5, and that's kind of unheard of in today's society, and see top-rated movies. And so we hope that you can keep that and then do a better job at getting the word out to the community, not be so tourist-oriented, but let the locals know that this is something in downtown Las Vegas for everybody.
We'll definitely do it. There's about 2,400 seats in the theaters right now on 11 screens, and 4 shows a day, so we're having a capacity of over 9,600 seats, of which only 20% is being used. So about 80% is vacant at all times. And what we are trying to do is to create with the Galaxy's help, they are very good operators, and they're going to increase that in the next 6 months to a year to come. They'll manage it much better. We put up a food court area. We have added some seats and chairs and people to enjoy inside the theaters instead of just outside in the food court. So we've expanded the food court as well. And I think you'll see a lot of changes in the Galaxy Theater to be very positive for the community, as well as the Fremont Street Experience Merchant Association of all the hotel operators are also helping us with their free coupon kind of a collaboration of promotions. And that will be very important to bring the locals to that particular theater. Jillian's also is doing very well in the last 2-3 months that we've taken over the day-to-day management. And besides the bowling alley, the pool halls, the banquet facilities, and the sports bar area, the amusement area, we are reducing it, creating another venue for restaurant for a little better fare, so you can all be in downtown, enjoy that particular restaurant. So you'll be seeing a lot of changes happening for the best.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I just wanted to add, in echoing what Councilman Weekly said, my ward's a little further away, some of it, but we have people who really love that theater. It's clean, it's safe, it's secure, and the food court area, and then they used to have Inca musicians would come, or Hispanic groups would come and have a little bit of entertainment as you would sit and eat in the food court. I haven't seen that lately, so I don't know if they're still doing that. But the problem when I talk with people, once you get them there, they see how wonderful it is, but they're afraid it's hard to get to. And that's the key thing. I think they feel it's hard to get to park and then be able to go in. So if there's some way that could get across, I know along that Rancho corridor, we have lots of people who would utilize that area.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's the access, the ingress and the egress is the most important thing in this property, and I think it was, of course, designed by the famous RTKL Norm Garden. I'm going to blame it on him, but he started this project and they designed it differently, in which you're absolutely right. People can get to the parking garage. By the time they get off the Las Vegas Boulevard, they take 2 turns they've lost, and by that time they've lost the interest to even come to our property. So we have to resolve that ingress-egress situation, and we have hired a very important architect by the name of Peter Kalthorpe, who will be working with the city and the OBD as well as RDA to develop a infrastructure plan for that particular problem that you just cited. But also, in the parking garage, you got to create a better, safe, secure environment with a little better, typical things that you see in the major resort. It is just lacking. Women won't come from suburbia to come to theaters here if your parking structure is not absolutely done 100% first class. And we've been discussing that with Scott and with Steve, and those are the things we are working it out in the next 3 months to come before you again, within 3 months, to come with a better plan. In the meantime, I want you to meet Norm Garden, who designed this project and made a mess out of it. No, I don't mean that. But he is a genius. He's around the world. They've developed tons of projects like these, and he's helping us out to phase it, reposition it, in which you can see on the screen is, could you explain that a little bit if you can?
Hello, everyone. I am Norman Garden, and was involved at the beginning of this, dating all the way back to when, this council approved the project back in 1997. I think it was December of 97. And it was a great concept. It was going to be a family entertainment precinct to the entire downtown Fremont Street experience. And sometimes what everything amounts to is just timing is everything, and unfortunately a number of events occurred over the course of time. This project didn't come out the way it should have. And it's my hope that, in addition to some of the parking elements that have been brought up, I think probably the biggest term I would say is that we could go back, harken back to the original plans, which was a much more open, quality-oriented, user-friendly environment, and that this project doesn't, evoke the sense of a fortress that it is today, and that it does embrace streets like 4th and Las Vegas Boulevard and Ogden, in addition to Fremont Street. And at a minimum, that things like the tower that was never, you can see that in the rendering here, could be completed. The structure's there to allow that to happen. Basically open the throat that engages onto the intersection of Fremont and 4th. And actually were means of vertical circulation that would entice and move people quickly up to the second floor. Those are the kind of things that we are discussing with Joshi, and those are the kind of things what we hope that will help to make this a better environment and make this a better place, and obviously make it more exciting for tenants to want to come here and fill the place up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions you may have of me?
Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Joshi and Councilman Weekly, I don't know about you, but I use the Neonopolis as my cheap date night quite frequently. I feel bad for my wife occasionally, but she too enjoys going downtown and taking part in watching a movie and eating in the restaurants. I have heard several rumors, and you may not want to share with us your prospective tenants, but I figured I'll just dispel those rumors right now in regards to a Western dance hall type theme tenant. Is that something that is in the horizons for the Neonopolis? And I ask you that because I represent the Northwest. A lot of rural folks out there, a lot of cowboys, and they're interested in whether you're going to do something like that downtown.
Well, I'll put you to rest. First of all, a couple of things. We had a very good inquiry from Gillies at the Frontier Hotel, and they were, as you know, they're going to be demolishing that site and creating a bigger, better project. And Phil Ruffin would like to be a part of this kind of a project, but he has other ideas of creating a hotel and so forth with the Gillies brand name, and he owns the Gillies brand name. So we had another project proposed also with some of our associates that would do a very similar thing with a electronic bull in the front of the Fremont Street that would bring people in and converting the entire thing into some of the bar at the Billies or something that they call it. In Houston, there is a project like that, in Fort Worth as well. So we had some, beg your pardon, what was the name? Yes. And so we think that we had those tenants, we still have them available to us, we could do it. But right now what we are doing is just repositioning a couple of things. We wanted to clean up all the tenants that were there before, get them out, create a master plan that works for all of us, and go beyond the Neonopolis project to make a major anchor out of it that extends eastward to the Fremont East District. And that was our ploy, to make sure that we don't make another mistake. Failure is just not an option right now. We just got to make this thing work. So we thought that we would bring the right kind of tenants to the city. We work with them. They're very experienced. Scott and Steve and everybody else have done these things before. They've been involved in various projects, so we are taking their leads also. So I brought a lot of tenants to them and see if we can put some better tenants together.
Your Honor, if I may again, Mr. Ghosh, I think you've got a gold mine right there and a golden opportunity to do wonderful things with that area. I, for one, as a member of this council, am very excited with the prospects of what you're doing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Was that a yes?
Yeah, just a second.
Let me pick things up. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident for more than 50 years. I have said previously in the city council and in other forums that entertainment easily outpaces gaming and the other forms of activity. And with that in mind, approximately 7 years ago, I introduced my first proposal for Neonopolis. Neonopolis is destined to be an assured successful development downtown, far beyond any and all previous expectations, including today. Only if they adopt and implement a proposal that is based on the entertainment content of Neonopolis. I don't know how many of you have ever been to Neonopolis, actually, and not noticed, perhaps, that central atrium is a key configuration. It is, in effect, the Globe Theater on Stratford-on-Avon. Anybody heard of Shakespeare? Well, that's what it is. It's tri-level, open in the middle. It is a fair, number one. Now, going into Neonopolis, the influx attraction of volume factor is what's important.
Mr. McGowan.
There's a way to do that. I'm going to terminate my comment right now.
Well, we're getting
I'll just say this to you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, and the applicant. That is a success story. Waiting to happen. All you have to do is adopt the means to do it. That's simple. And I recommend approval, not one extension, but any extension necessary of the parking elevation. And also you might consider the possibility of giving a senior discount, since we do have seniors in the city besides Councilman Ross and his friends and associates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGowan.
Is there a motion, Councilman Weekly?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I'd like to move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
You heard a motion. Please cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is item number 7, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of time discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Lauren, we'll give them 3 minutes, please.
Could you turn the speaker up just a little bit, because you're not really speaking loud enough where the public can hear you out there.
We've had no.
I just don't want to lose because, hey, I know you're one of the greatest
spokesman so far up here.
We need your name and address, please.
Oh.
You're losing time here.
I thought everybody knew me. Isaac Henderson, Las Vegas resident. I came to the podium to point out that the decision that you guys have made for the previous sessions from January of this year all the way up to now has been great improvement in the possibility of having great wealth to come to Nevada and to keep it and possess it and really invest it into us. And another reason was that in the BLM situation, where we got more money to build trails and parks through the memorandums and letters of intents that you guys have voted on to pass, and also through some of the letters of memorandums and intents that I've given you in order to use for pledges in order to keep the prospective project into focus. But I also want to point out that Sheriff Young, Bill Gillespie, all those guys who came through to support the mayor and other campaigns for the county, for the city, for the state, just as well as the fire department, the police department. We have come to a point where we have great expectations, not only of citizens to have voted and put you in power and position, but in your support, which most of you guys have supported in the campaign, in order to give more back into society than any I have seen in the history of Las Vegas. And being a minority, to have more minorities to come in to support your campaigns is a blessing. Not only that, we have opened up more doors for minorities to become police enforcers, fire chiefs. We got to step that up and beef that up also. We also got to beef up the protection for our child industry, which is, I was at a meeting not too long ago, the child abuse industry. We have to get more doctors in. We have to have more psychiatrists on duty. We have to have more food and shelter and emergency transportation for those kids. We also need more benefits for the senior citizens. Of course, as we get older, we will be looking for our benefits also. Not to bore you with any more of the success and power and authority that you guys have already obtained, but to give you more incentive to have more jurisdiction. I want to get the word right. And easements of all powers where we can run parallel with the state government, just as well with the federal government, and still get what we want. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'll make it brief. I've been riding through the city on the buses looking at the new development of all the new high-rises, and I like the slogan that the Sandhurst over on Grand Central Station have, a higher standard of living, and that is what I hope to see in the future here, a higher standard of living. And as more and more people relocate to this area, I hope they don't experience what I'm going through with, because we do need a higher standard of living and a better quality of life for the residents that are here and the ones that we may obtain later with all the new high-rises coming up. We don't want to be embarrassed on building some and then with these slogans, a higher standard of living. You understand what I'm trying to say? We need I was in the military. They like to promote a better quality of life for all citizens. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Miguel, please.
God bless America. I'm a Las Vegas resident. I'll be succinct. The key, and you were advised of this axiomatic fact repeatedly for the past 15 years. I don't know when it's will finally sink in, but I think it will very, very soon. Because without your coherent accordance with this particular premise, you don't have a chance in hell, I'm English. The key to community development is not development, it is community. CONNUNITY. Community. You're getting a little closer to it day by day. You listen to how people are talking in here. They're talking about a sense of community, the need for it. Metro needs the public's assistance. Okay? Everybody does. The school district needs it. Everything you can name depends upon community involvement, community participation, a sense of genuine growing community in the city of Las Vegas. You're going to have a changeover in the population context, the demographics coming in already, right now, and continuing. It may be a completely different place in the city of Las Vegas because you have three shifts. The ones who are here, the ones who are coming, and the ones who are leaving. And I happen to be on that latter shift for obvious reasons. But the point is, before I leave, I intend to see this city become a community in no uncertain terms. Because without it, you're no longer Las Vegas. Just like New Orleans. Without the people of New Orleans, there is no New Orleans. I don't care how many towers you erect. Where is the community? Where are the seniors, the children, the grandchildren, the people who converse with one another? Where are the elected officials who care genuinely about people? That is a community. When you get close, I'll let you know. I'll be the person to let you know. But until then, keep trying. And I'll say once again, Indianapolis is the absolutely fantastic opportunity to achieve a sense of community in the city of Las Vegas, not by bringing in Times Square, New York, but by allowing the people of Las Vegas who live here and are Las Vegas throughout their history and currently in projection to make that a success by being a part of it. If you want the public's approval, open your arms and invite the public. And if you want to invite them, allow them. One final comment, I would hasten to add to my commentary earlier. I have the greatest respect and admiration for the office of the city attorney, in particular for Deputy City Attorney Val Steed. He knows that. I told him that many years ago and continuously. And I will continue to be. My question was with the bill, not with Val Steed. And so there's no attempt to impugn him in the personal professionally. But my comment still stands. And the legislator talks faster than City Attorney Beth Jervik. Send right over to Channel 13 or 3 of 8 because they need fast talkers over there. But not here. The public wants to hear what you're saying and assimilate it. Not to find out how fast you can talk or how rapidly, for the sake of city council. Otherwise, we'll have to stop and say, what was that third word you said in line 3 of item number so-and-so? And then you can't explain it, I'll have to tell it. It's very generously in the back because you're not public enough for the public to know what you're talking about. Very simple.
Thank you, sir.
To the point, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
I came into town in 1958.
We need to have you go to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give us your name and address for the record,
I
please.
came into town in 1958, and I knew Mike through his mother, and I pushed him through school. I told him to get to schooling.
Brad,
and get his-
are we off what we're agendaed for here today?
We're agendaed for citizen participation for redevelopment items, but it's up to your discretion if you want to hear more than that.
We need your name and address, please.
Pardon me?
We need your name.
My name is Nicholas DeFore, 301 Windfair Court. We went into business building 4 homes. I never received anything.
This is not going to be a...
No, it's not going to be a long...
No, it's not going to be a public attack on Mr. Signorelli. This is not the forum for that. We're talking here about redevelopment agency items. If you want to come back after our afternoon session and speak on citizen participation at that time, you'd be more than welcome to. But we're not going to have a character reference of Mr. Signorelli at this time.
When should I come back, sir?
This afternoon, after that afternoon session this afternoon.
Afternoon session. I thank you. What
Thank
time
you.
would that be?
Probably around 3:30 or 4 o'clock.
Oh, thank you.
Approximately.
All right.
I got to get Councilman Brown out here by 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing no one, we'll close this portion of our public hearing. Yes, please come forward, please.
All right, I'm Alexis Merrill, and On the Neonopolis Jillian thing, my family and I go down there like quite often, at least 2 or 3 times a month. And so they do need to add more like restaurants and things because there isn't really much to eat in the actual Neonopolis place itself.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll adjourn the redevelopment agency. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
Schwartz is probably going to ask you for all that crazy. Schwartz from the RJ, he's probably going to call you and ask you for all the stuff on the crazy horse. Oh, no problem. That bragging. Yeah. Just want to let you know.
Okay. Loretta was going to bring something down to me, Lucy. Loretta. When? This Monday? I was up around. Where's Loretta? Has she got... How about Susie? Are they upstairs? Okay. Huh? I'll be around.
Yeah, everything thank you. Everything looked like it was going just fine from all places. Granted, worked well. Everything, you can now know how to check it. Yep. You can tell on the fly. We can tell on the fly. Yep, good. Yep. This is something we needed to have. We always do. But you know, you take every good day you can get and say, yes! Steve, you know, you can nail to these things at the last minute when there's failure. You know, when you do win. Now this one works good. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to leave this on your... Oh, let me take it. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. Sounds good.
Here's your tape.
Tape, thank you. Gee, it's so nice to have you get out early. Yeah, we're actually early before we have to. Okay. Gabby, you want to take this back over?
He's here. Happy birthday, Sam. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If we have your attention, please, I'd like to get this afternoon session started. I guess we do have a birthday boy here. The city council always likes to recognize one of their own when they have a special outing or something good happens in their life and stuff. So today, if we could we all please sing happy birthday to Councilman Ross? Happy birthday to you. Cha-cha. Happy birthday to you. Cha-cha-cha. Happy birthday, dear Steve. Cha-cha. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Thank you. Thank you. Tim, this was the card that staff gave to the councilman, and it says, "Be bad on your birthday," and it says "very bad" inside, but some of you that remember the music from the, I think, the 70s. Does the music come with it?
Reminds me of my youth.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any items, we need any items for the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be strictly held in advance that future meeting may be brought forward at access upon at this time. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have a number of items. To start, items 72, 73, 74, and 75. Ronnie, do I read them into the record?
You can just read them.
Okay. GPA 14118, zoning 14120, variance 14122, and SDR 14114, R&S Investment Group, Decatur 3 LLC, requested by the applicant to be held in abeyance to October 18th City Council meeting, 2006. Item 79 and 80, zoning 15031 and site development review 15030. Applicant owner 3100 Mead LLC, requested by the applicant to hold in abeyance until City Council meeting of October 18th, 2006. Item number 82, special use permit 13362, Empire Media Highland Partnership PL, requested by the applicant to be held in abeyance until the City Council meeting of October 18th, 2006. Item number 84, RQR 15420, Ramsey Solomon 3140 Valley View LLC, requested by the applicant to hold in abeyance until the City Council meeting of October 18th, 2006. Agenda 85, ARC 13764, Montecito Marketplace LLC, requested by the applicant to hold in abeyance until the City Council meeting of November 1st, 2006. Items 86 and 87, GPA 14304 and zoning 14308, Bruce and Julie Calaza-Began, requested by the applicant to be held in abeyance until the City Council meeting of November 1st, 2006. Are there any other items?
Yes, Councilman. Number 114, SUP Special Use Permit 15413. The applicant and I would like to hold this in abeyance until our October 18th, 2006 meeting, if we could, please. Item 114.
Item 114.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
On items 86 and 87, those projects are waiting for another item, a companion item, to catch up from Planning Commission, so we would be requesting that that be obeyed till November 15th instead of the 1st.
Councilman. on 86 and 87, they want to hold that until the 15th.
And I believe
until the-
Councilman Ross is aware of that.
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
So we'll amend 86, 87 to the November 15th, 2006 meeting. Also, agenda item number 114, special use permit 15413, Island Servan owner Mark Orchard. And that is being requested when, Mayor Pro Tem?
Until the October 18th meeting.
That will be held in abeyance to October 14th, 2006 City Council meeting. Are there any other items?
Item 115.
In particular, we're asking that the
I
portion...
think you both have to
Okay.
state your name for the record.
Bob Brokaw, 3031 Scenic Valley Way, Henderson.
Chad Malinga, 3660 South Valley View.
We are involved in two projects on Bearden. Their owners are out of state. One's in South Carolina, one's in Texas. The Texas owner is out of the country. The South Carolina group emailed me yesterday the agenda items for the Bearden road work. And
Margot, can you, or Mr. Anderson?
I believe he's referring to the Master Plan of Streets and Highways Amendment, a portion of which involves the Bearden Road alignment.
And we would like to request additional time so we can evaluate how this change would affect our projects. Both of these are in, we have entitlements on one project, and we're in the planning commission, or excuse me, planning department on the second project. Both of them are on Bearden.
Who from staff is handling this, Mr. Anderson?
The city engineer will be representing this, and I believe he, will be here when the item comes up, but he's not here at this time.
Yeah. If you want to come back when we hear this item, it will be the second to last item this afternoon.
All right.
We can't pull it forward at this time.
We're asking...
No, we're asking it to be delayed to a different time.
Well, you'll have, it's difficult to do that at this time without the city engineer being here.
All right.
So we ask you to come back when he gets here, when we hear the item. It'll be the second to last item this afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd.
Any other additions or corrections? All right. Mayor Pro Tem, I would move to bring those stated items as amended forward and take appropriate action.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your votes. Yes. Yes, no, we're... Yeah. You've heard the motion, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And for those in the audience, we would like to excuse Mayor Goodman, who is out of the country on a tour with Las Vegas Convention Authority, and Councilman Wilson is in Italy on vacation with his wife and family. And so I would again remind staff or the council members that we need to have at least 4 people out here at all times today. Okay. Items 62 through 64 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
Move for approval.
If I may?
Yes.
I believe on items 62, 3, and 4 of the consent agenda, the councilwoman has requested a change to condition number 1 to approve this extension of time till November 3rd, 2007 instead of 2008 as was originally proposed.
We've already discussed this with the lawyer of the applicant, so they're aware of it, and they said that was all right. But that's why I was asking. I needed to pull out those 3.
That's fine. Okay, so with that...
I would amend my motion to include the comments from Councilwoman.
Could I add another comment, Councilman Wood? I would like to say that with the condition that the appropriate maintenance is made at the site, because we have had concern about dying foliage, graffiti, and trash. I understand the situation has now been brought to the Fisher Brothers' attention and will be taken care of, but just on the record, I'd like to have it if we could, as a condition, so it would be moving it to 2007 instead of 2008, with the condition that they appropriately maintain the area.
Yes, but Councilwoman, we'll probably need to pull this off the consent agenda. And
That's what I thought. I'm sorry
That's okay.
we got to this point.
Okay, so
May I rescind my motion then on the consent?
we haven't taken a vote, so I think that'd be appropriate. So do we need to bring 62, Councilwoman, do we need to bring items 62, 63, and 64?
Bring them all because they're sort of joined.
Okay. Okay, then at this time, I would just ask that we bring item 62, 63, and 64, EOT, extension of time 16028, extension of time 16026, and extension of time 16027 forward and for consideration. All those in favor, please cast your vote. Okay. On these three items, we've heard Councilwoman's comments. Do you have something to say, sir?
Yes, Trevor Hayes, 300 South 4th Street for the applicant. As the councilwoman indicated, the one-year extension of time rather than the two, the applicant agrees to. As far as the landscape issue, they will go in and clean up within the next 7 to 10 days. However, they're going to be coming in the next week or so asking for demolition permits, and will be taking out what is now Scandia. So keeping up the landscape as is, which was one of the previous conditions, will not be feasible at that point. But they will keep the area in good repair and free of debris.
And that was my concern, just an appropriate maintenance of it because of the graffiti and the trash that's been collecting.
Certainly. The building, well, they're trying to get their permit, and hopefully within 30 days or slightly thereafter, the buildings will be gone and the graffiti will be gone with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a motion on all three items at the same time?
No, that'll be, yeah.
Okay, Councilwoman, on item 62, please, can we have a motion?
Move for approval as amended.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries on item 63, please. We have a motion.
Move for approval as amended.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. And item 64, please.
Move for approval as amended.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carried. Item 65 is a special use permit, SUP 515214. It's a public hearing. Applicant King TV owner Durango and Elkhorn LLC request for a special use permit for a 950 square foot television station at 7175 North Durango Drive. This is in Councilman Ross' ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. The applicant present. Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure, please? Well, here comes somebody.
Kevin Culbertson, representing the applicant, 2921 North Tenaya Way.
You ready to the conditions?
Yes, we have.
You agree to the conditions?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendations for approval.
You've heard the motion. This is a public hearing. You wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We've got a motion. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 66 is also a special use permit, 15282, a public hearing. Applicant TBC 707 LLC, owner Winnow Inc., request for a special use permit for an alcoholic beverage sales liquor store at 7220 Azure Drive, Suite 110. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. I see the applicant is present. Would declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Tony Celeste. I'm at 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and here on behalf of the applicant. This application we have before you today is for a special use permit for a wine boutique for off-sale premise of predominantly wine. The location of this wine boutique, which will be called Vino 100, is located in the Village Tenaya Shopping Center, generally located on the northwest corner of Azure and Tenaya. Just if I can give a minute background about who the applicants are. They're two business partners. Natalie Buster is a Las Vegas resident. She is a former school teacher and spent the majority of her career teaching for the Clark County School District. Her partner is Dr. Teresa Berry. She is also a Las Vegas resident, owns her own chiropractic practice here in Las Vegas for about the last 15 years. I do want to thank staff for their recommendation of approval. At the September 7th, 2006 Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission did unanimously approve this item. At the time of the hearing, there was one neighbor who expressed some concerns. However, after they found out that this was an upscale wine boutique, they were in support of this project. In addition to agreeing to all of staff's conditions, we have worked very hard with other neighbors and have agreed upon additional conditions relating to the operation of this wine boutique. And I'd like to just take a minute to read into the record some of those conditions that we have agreed with other neighbors.
Please do.
The additional conditions for SUP 15282 would be hours of operation shall be restricted to Mondays.
If I may,
Oh.
I'd rather read them in the way they'll go into the record rather than having to do it again. Thank you. Hours of operation should be Monday.
That'd be fine. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Hours of operation shall be Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., closed on Sundays. There shall be a 6-month review of the special use permit after issuance of business license at a public hearing of the Planning Commission. There shall be no beer sales. The sales display area for liquor will be no greater than 48 square feet within the store, and this approval is for 1,310 square feet maximum.
And I believe there should, the applicant agrees that
The other condition with regard to expansion is already based upon code and is not necessary.
That was my question. Thank you. So we're covered there.
Okay. I guess in closing, I would like to thank Councilman Ross and his office and staff for helping us work through this application. We respectfully request your approval, subject to staff's conditions, as well as the conditions Ms. Wheeler just read into the record.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Celeste, is that Wino or Wino? The company name?
Oh, Vino. I'm sorry.
Vino.
Vino, V-I-N-O.
You're supposed to be looking at a typo.
They're going to make Winos.
Let's hope not. This, you know, in this shopping center and all throughout Centennial Hills, you know, we've gone to the point where we're requiring more upscale type businesses as well as developments that come out there to the northwest. So I think this will be a good addition. Don't fool yourself. There is considerable opposition, so there will be a handful of residents who will be paying attention closely to the operation of this building. And I think you're aware of that. I'm fully aware of that. So just as long as you are, you've agreed to all those conditions, and with that, Your Honor, agenda item number 66, I move to follow staff and planning commission's recommendations for approval.
You've heard the motion, please cast.
As amended.
Any other questions on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item 67, a special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner Hink and Deborah Robinson request for a special use permit for a conversion of a non-habitable accessory structure to a habitable accessory structure at 6228 Darrell Street. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Any representatives of the applicant or the applicant present?
Okay. Yes, this is a special use permit
We
for...
need your name and address, please.
Hank Robinson, 6228 Dartle Street. And this is a special use permit for the for a kitchen in a casita. And we ask approval for this.
Read the conditions, you agree to the conditions?
Excuse me?
You read the conditions, do you agree to all the conditions?
I agree to all the conditions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agenda item 67, I would move to follow staff and planning commission's recommendations for approval.
You've heard the motion, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Item 68 is a special use permit, public hearing, applicant GameStop Inc., owner Theodore M. Kruger, request for a special use permit for a second-hand dealer, computer games at 6250 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 110. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. The applicant's present. Will declare the public hearing open. We're glad to hear from you, sir.
Roger Kastner, 540 Aspen Leaf. We agreed to all the terms for a used business license.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 69 is Vacation 15175, public hearing, applicant Community Development Program, Centers of Nevada, owner Housing Authority, City of Las Vegas, petition to vacate public sewer easement generally located east of intersection of Searles and Eastern Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Yes, sir.
Lizelle Prater, Baughman and Turner Engineers, 1210 Hinson. We have read the recommendations by staff and accept them all.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I make a motion for approval of item number 69, Vacation 15175, with all staff conditions. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 70 is a Vacation 15212, public hearing, applicant owner Richard Yulrick, petition to vacate public utility easements generally located south of intersection of Vegas Green Trail and East Van Buren Avenue. I see the applicant present. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Yes, ma'am.
Elena Villanueva, 4445 South Jones Boulevard, Suite number 1, Las Vegas 89103. I am representing the applicant owner Richard Ehrlich. We have read the conditions and concur with it, and we request for approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Public hearing, anyone wish to speak on this item? Hearing none, we'll close public hearing. I'll make a motion for approval of Vacation 15212 with all staff conditions. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 71 is Vacation 15392, public hearing, applicant Carter and Burgess, owner Greystone Nevada LLC, petition to vacate a public drainage easement generally located east of the Pulley Road alignment between West Low Mountain Road and Peaceful Dawn Avenue. This is in Ward 4, Councilman Brown's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. I see somebody here for the applicant.
Hi, Debbie Gumiff, Carter and Burgess, 6655 Bermuda Road. And we concur with staff recommendations.
Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown, your pleasure, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
We've got a motion for approval. Any questions? Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 76 is GPA 14270, advance item, public hearing, applicant Ken Ballard, owner Carol E. Meyer, request for amendment portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from L low density residential to M medium density residential on 0.19 acres at the northeast corner of 8th Street and Burns Avenue. This is in Ward 5. Planning Commission staff both recommend denial. And item 77 is a variance related to GPA 14270. Variance item, applicant Ken Ballard, owner Carol E. Meyer, request for variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 5 feet in the side yard for an 81-foot setback is the minimum required, and to allow a trash enclosure 5 feet from a protected property where 50 feet is the minimum separation required on 0.19 acres at the northeast corner of 8th Street and Burns Avenue. On the previous item, it was the same. Item 78 is a site development review 14277, advance item, public hearing, Same applicant, again, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. The request is for a site development plan review for a proposed 4-unit condominium development and a waiver of landscape buffer with requirements on the same property. The applicant's present. Would declare the public hearing open. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Here on behalf of the owner, I'm Ken Ballard, 1950 East Warm Springs. As you can see, the item is recommended denial. I have spoken with Councilman Weekly in the past regarding this. He felt the density was a little large for this area. In the meantime, after the Plan Commission meeting, we had this item obeyed to explore new avenues. Something that staff and us have talked about is something more of a line of an MLA density, which would allow for 2 units. And I'll turn this over to Carol. She's spoken with many commissioners as well as staff regarding this.
Thanks.
My name's Carol Meyer, 2661 Red Rock Street. I've researched as many items as I can as far as I've spoken with planning staff members. I've spoken with Byron Goins. I spoke with your assistant, Councilman Weekly, about the difficulty of working with this piece of property because of the discrepancy between the zoning and the density. I originally had asked for a change to medium density. I understand the difficulty with that and would like to change my request to a medium-low attached density to be able to put a duplex on this particular lot. It would eliminate 2 of the other requests for the variances and would solve basically all the problems that this lot has given to me.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So at this point, nobody has really been able to tell me definitively what could be done with this property. With the current request to change to the medium-low density, if that's not acceptable, I would like to request a further extension, perhaps, to work on this a little further.
Mr. Bill Scott?
The planning department can tell her exactly what the current zoning is and what is allowable on that parcel of property. If the MLA is more restrictive than ML, or was it M or ML? If it's more restrictive than ML, then we can proceed with this application now. But if it's less restrictive, then we'd have to renotice it as MLA.
I believe it's less. The original.
It's more MLA is more restrictive than ML.
Right.
So we're okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Stand corrected.
So we're still.
We're okay. We can always be more restrictive. We just can't be less restrictive.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
I will say this, Mayor Pro Tem, while Ms. Wheeler is looking for her paperwork here. Ms. Meyer, everyone who have met with you have come to the conclusion that you're a really nice lady and that you picked up a piece of property and wanting to develop it. As you look at the site there, and I've gone by there and I've spoken with several of the neighbors that live adjacent to this and in that surrounding area there. The actual lot here, 0.19 acre, is extremely too small as far as what it is you're trying to do. A duplex on that particular corner is not the answer. That's the last thing we need on any corner like that as an infill project, another duplex. What we need in this area are rooftops. We actually need more housing, more houses, if you will, more single-family detached homes. So to come in and look at a possible duplex on this corner clearly is not the answer because that's right across the street from a housing development, Las Vegas Housing Authority. And so in talking again with the neighbors and we're going out and evaluating it, we agree that that's clearly not the answer on that corner there. What I'd like to do for you today is, opposed to, because I'm totally opposed to what you're proposing to us today, I'd like to see you maybe withdraw your application without prejudice and allow you an opportunity to go back with Mr. Ballard here and maybe look at something else that may be more feasible and more conducive to this neighborhood, something that's going to enhance the area and bring something that would be of more value to the neighborhood. That would be something that we would all desire in this area. Now, that's your choice as to what direction you'd like to go.
If I could ask a question, this is an R3 property. To do one residence, a single-family residence, is something that you desire. Would that require a special use to put one unit on there? If staff could maybe answer that.
Well, what could possibly happen is if you withdraw your application today without prejudice, that would allow you an opportunity to come back and work with us. And if it's something that, as a neighborhood, we could live with and we feel like it's something compatible, believe me, I'd join hands with you and walk your application through if possible.
Okay. With that being said, it's your decision if you want to move forward.
If I may, and Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify, my frantic search through the files was to see if I had any new plans, and I do not. I have the June 12th 4 units, so that was my concern if we had not analyzed any plans, but we don't have any. With regard to the question about 1 unit, yes, that can be done administratively.
Then I just move that we'll just withdraw without prejudice then. That'll allow us to come in with another application within a year.
Absolutely, and allow you an opportunity to come back and work with us and have some dialogue with the residents that live in that neighborhood there, in that adjacent area. We work very closely with the Berkeley Square neighborhood group there, and they are very vocal and very active and would like to see something more positive and uplifting in their area. And so I'd like to work with you because, again, Ms. Meyer, you and Mr. Ballard have been very pleasant to work with, and I appreciate that very much. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, my motion today would be to withdraw this application without prejudice, please.
Would that be on, could we vote on all 3 items at the same time?
Councilman, you can do all 3 items, Mayor
And
Pro
that'll
Tem.
be all 3, please.
Items 76, 77, and 78. Okay, any questions on the motion? Please cast your, this is a public hearing, I'm sorry. Anyone wishing to speak on this from the public, please? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. We have a motion to withdraw without prejudice. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't think so. Item 81 is a variance, 15081, a variance item, public hearing, applicant owner, Jacques Joseph Lamoth and Linda Marie Lamoth, appeal filed by the applicant from denial by the Planning Commission on request for a variance to allow a 2.75-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum setback required on 0.46 acres at 1830 Rosemere Court. This is in Ward 1. Councilman Tarkanian, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. The applicant is present. We'd be glad to hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon. Ken Vogt, 9901 West Sahara. Still not asking for a 2.75-foot setback. It's a 5-foot setback. And I wish we could get that clarified. The only thing we're asking for is a reduction from 10 feet to 5 feet on the south side of the property. And that's it. I believe that Councilwoman Tarkanian has visited the neighborhood, and I think I also understood that you did not have the letters available to you from the neighbors, but I do have those letters if you don't.
I obtained the letters.
Okay, very good.
Margot, do we need a correction on this 2.75 to 5?
No, sir. There is an angle at which it is built, and we notify on the maximum.
So you go from 5 down to 2.75 then?
The issue is the 10 feet. Again, we notice on the original plan there was a revised plan submitted July 31st, and on that plan it is still less than the 5 feet. It may well be. It still requires the variance. There may be a foot and change difference, but it still requires the variance.
Okay, are we all right, Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir, as long as we know kind of what do we know exactly the number, how many feet?
Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Yes, I was able to go out to the area, and the only residence this addition would affect. I was able to talk with her personally. Because there's a white space where her garage is, and because she says she has absolutely no concern whatsoever about his building. And in fact, you have a very nice neighborhood, very friendly people that let us in, number one. And number two, you're all together and they're all supportive of what you're doing. So I move to approve.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 83.
William Moss would like to thank you for your visitation.
Item 83 is a special use permit, 14757, advanced item. Applicant, this is a public hearing, applicant Massage Envy owner, Witch Kyle LLC request for a special use permit for a proposed massage establishment and a waiver from the 400-foot distance separation requirement from an existing school, a waiver from the 1,000-foot distance separation from an existing massage establishment, and a waiver from the hours of operation restriction at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Councilman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission 6-1 vote recommends approval. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, council people. Thank you for your time today. I just recommend that the council approve it as the Planning Commission did.
Thank you.
If there are any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Are there any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, we will go on to public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
We'll need to have the applicant put his name on the record.
Oh, we need you in for that record, please.
Steve Cook.
Steve Cook. Okay. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Any questions for Mr. Cook? We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
As my fellow council members are aware, I was not comfortable with the waivers, the number of waivers of condition, and I'm not usually particularly multiple waivers. But I did go out. I want you to know that one of my staff did have a massage there, found your facilities absolutely wonderful. And we drove the area, and it certainly is unique in that it has a development fill-in areas bordering on Lake Mead at US 95. It will have a high wall between the business area and the townhouses, which will eventually come in. And that's the only effect it would have. And with that high wall, I don't see any problem, even with the number of waivers that are necessary. So I move for approval.
Thank you.
If I may?
Yes.
Pro Tem and Councilwoman, would that be the approval of the hours of operation also?
Oh, I believe that you were willing to change your hours slightly.
If that is necessary, we can do that.
If so, that would be a change to condition number 4, that the waiver of hours is not approved and hours shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
May I ask a question on that regard? Would it be possible to have like a trial period to see if there was any problem with the 10 p.m. closing time, and then if there were, after 3 or 6 months, be able to go that back to the 9, or vice versa, start off at 9, and then if there's no problem, have it be extended to 10 to comply with franchise guidelines is all?
I think it would be fine if we started out with the hours, as you mentioned, lastly amended, so there are fewer hours, and then have that for 6 months. And can we do that?
This is a request for a waiver. You would be able to approve the 10 p.m. now and do a 1-year or 6-month review of condition. But if you approve the 9 o'clock now, it would require a review of condition and a public hearing to get the waiver back, essentially, and to 10 o'clock. So you can approve the maximum now and check that within a year, but you cannot do the lower number and then give them a higher number later on.
Let's take the maximum and then see how things go for a year.
Thank you very much.
And I wish you lots of luck.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the due diligence you did on our company. Thank you very much.
You're
In
welcome.
that case, if I may, condition number 4 will remain as originally written, that a waiver to allow the business to be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. is hereby approved. And then we would add an additional condition that a 1-year review and a public hearing of the City Council shall be required.
I move to approve with the conditions as amended.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post.
Excuse me, can I say something
Sure.
before we vote? I just wanted on the record that we paid for the massage. I mean, nobody even knew who we were, and that was what we wanted. We wanted to see how we would be treated as a regular customer. So on advice of the legal counsel, I just want to put that on the record.
Just to be sure.
Just to be sure, right.
Thank you.
Okay, with that declaration, cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 88 is a general plan amendment, 14325, public hearing, applicant Casino Center Properties, owner Casino Center Properties LLC et al. Request to amend the downtown redevelopment area land use from MXU mixed use to C commercial on 1.33 acres at 700, 708, 712, 714, 716 South 10th Street, and 715 and 717 South 9th Street. This is in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 4-3 vote on a motion for approval. Failed to obtain a supermajority, which is tantamount to denial. And item 89 is a rezoning related to GPA 143325. It's also a public hearing. Applicant Casino Center Properties, owner First Street Properties LLC, request from a rezoning from PR, professional office and parking, and P and R for high-density residential to C1 limited commercial on 0.52 acres at 700, 708, and 712 South 10th Street. Again, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. And item 90 is a variance related to GPA 14325 and the rezoning 14338. It's a public hearing. Same owners. The request is to allow no step backs beyond the building setback line where 1-to-1 ratio step back to height ratio is required along a street classified as collector or larger in conjunction with the proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. Again, Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. Item number 91 is again another branch related to GPA 14325 and the rezoning 14338 and variance 14342. Again, it's a public hearing. The request is to allow lot coverage of 56% where 50% is the maximum allowed in conjunction with the proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. Again, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. And item number 92 is another variance related to the GPA 14325 and rezoning 14338, variance 14342, and variance 14345. This variance is to allow 624 parking spaces where 635 is the minimum number of parking spaces required in conjunction with proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. Again, Planning Commission staff recommend no on this one. Planning Commission and staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Item number 93 is a special use permit related to those items. Same applicant request for a special use permit for proposed mixed-use development at the northwest corner of Charleston and Boulevard and 10th Street. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. And item number 95 is the site development review, public hearing on those items aforementioned. Applicant Casino Center Properties, owner Casino Center Properties LLC et al. for proposed mixed-use development consisting of 350 residential condominium units and 18,000 square feet of commercial floor area within one 14-story and one 17-story and a waiver of the residential adjacency requirements on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. Again, Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on this site development. With that said, the applicant is present. Be glad to hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. With me today is Jeff Mosley, who's the architect on the project. Steve Gregory is also here, who's an owner of the property, as is Glenda Shaw. And if there are any questions regarding traffic, Alyssa Reynolds is here as well. This property is located along Charleston Boulevard between 9th and 10th Street in the area in black. The three lots here are not within the project. That as you go down Charleston Boulevard, just to orient you to the site, this is the U.S. Bank property here. This is the 7-Eleven property here. Maryland Parkway, Burger King is over on this side. This project consists of 18,000 square feet of ground floor retail with 350 condominiums above the retail. There would be one 17-story tower on this side of the property, 15 and 17-story. No access to Charleston. All the access is off of 10th Street and 9th Street. Pertaining to the alley at Planning Commission, one of the issues we had come up at Planning Commission was vacation of the alley. And during Planning Commission, we have agreed to not vacate the north-south alley that is not on our property. So this part of the alley would not be vacated. The rest of the alley will be. The east-west alley would be vacated so we could integrate the site. There are no waivers pertaining to landscaping, no waivers pertaining to that part of the code. As far as the elevations go, we have several elevations to show you. All the parking is going to be in a parking garage, 6 levels, 1 below. There will be no surface parking on the site. This is the Garces Alley elevation along 10th Street. This is approximately 170 feet. Along the Gas Charleston elevation, again, it's a little bit different view, but here is the 170-foot building, and along 10th Street on this side is the 195-square-foot building. And again, on 10th Street here, this is the elevation facing 10th Street. Pertaining to all the applications that the Mayor Pro Tem read into the record, one application is a general plan amendment. Here's the property. Half the property is designated commercial on the redevelopment plan. Half is designated mixed use, MXU. Both allow C1 as a conforming zone change. Both allow mixed use with the approval of a special use permit. The only reason that we came in for a plan amendment is to not have a split land use on the property. So by amending the redevelopment plan area from here, from yellow to red, it'll actually square off this entire area for commercial. Pertaining to the rezoning, the only portion of the property that is not C1 are the 3 lots on the northeast corner. The majority of the property is already C1. The only properties to be rezoned are these 3 lots in the northeast corner of the site. And finally, as far as the elevations go, this is a bird's eye view of the property. All the recreational amenities, including, we could put a little, one of the things we heard from the neighbors was to do a dog park and a little bit of a dog run. All the recreational amenities will be on top of the garage, including the pool and recreational amenities as well. It makes it look like we have a lot of applications, but I just want to briefly go through the variances. One, as far as the parking goes, we have enough parking on this site to meet 18,000 square feet of retail and the 350 condominiums. The only reason that we asked for a parking variance is that one of the things we heard from the neighbors, both north and south of Charleston, is that we wanted a place to eat, an eatery and a cafe. So the only reason we asked for a parking variance was to free up a space, according to the current code, to put a little restaurant or a cafe in there. That's the only reason why we have a variance for parking. Otherwise, we need it. Also, the parking code right now does not give you any break at all for doing mixed use. It will, and whenever the parking code is amended, it's our understanding that we would meet the parking standards of the code and no longer require that variance. One of the other variances we have also is for residential adjacency. All of this property to the north of us is designated either for commercial or mixed-use development. The only reason we had to come in for a residential adjacency variance is because one of the lots directly west is still zoned R1, although it's designated on the plan for commercial development. This property is zoned R1. This property over here is zoned R1 as well. Every other use that you want to put on here, whether it be a 45 or whoever 45-foot, 40-foot high building, even a small, a 40-foot high building would still have to be 120 feet away. So whatever would go on this property would require some type of residential adjacency variance, just because a couple of the lots are still zoned R1. We've looked at the redevelopment plan. We think that this project is appropriate for a lot of different reasons. It has frontage along Charleston Boulevard. It's within the redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan talks about putting properties together to have modern integrated development come in and spur additional redevelopment. Also, this is private revitalization, not public redevelopment. And we think and truly believe that if we start the redevelopment process and the revitalization process along Charleston on this lot, it's going to spur other redevelopment along Charleston Boulevard and start changing the face of Charleston Boulevard. We know there's a few neighbors here. We've had a neighborhood meeting. I've got 11 signatures of support from people who attended the neighborhood meeting. Just to let you know, when we had our neighborhood meeting, we only had 3 people north of Charleston attend the meeting. So we tried to do some extra neighborhood outreach. After that, we sent a letter, an individual letter to all the neighbors. If you have any problems or issues, we're glad to come and meet with you. After that, we canvassed the neighborhood. And I went and walked up 8th Street and 9th Street to make sure that as many people as possible knew about the project. If they had any questions, they knew who to get a hold of. So we know there's neighbors here that would like to speak, and after that, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we'd like to come back and be able to respond.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this application? None at this time. We'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on these items?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I am solidly in favor of this project. I was there when it went before the Planning Commission. I also did an inspection of that area and that neighborhood. I think, in fact, I'm rather positive that it would be a great upgrade for that section of the city. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Joe Austin, representing the Austin Family Trust, 529 South 9th Street. This property's been in our family since the early 30s, late 30s, early 40s. I'd like to start by saying that I don't mean to disparage or denigrate anybody or associated with this project or the project itself. I'm just reporting on some of my findings and belief.
Where is your property located?
It's on the corner of 9th and Bonneville.
In regards to this property, where is it located? Can you show us on the map?
I can't see one.
Can you come over and show us on the
9th and Bonneville, we'd be on the...
Can we go to the overhead?
All right. I met with Mr. Dave Clapsaddle on Tuesday, August 29th. He went over the proposal, and I expressed to him concerns I had regarding the parking and resultant traffic issues. I also told him that I thought the neighborhood presentation was a bit disingenuous, as he avoided direct answers from the residents on the north side of Charleston and the references to tenant shopping. He kind of presented it as if the bulk of the shopping was going to be done by the tenants of the residential part of the project. And he also referred to a lot of bicycle traffic that didn't seem really appropriate for that area, and their information boards were inaccurate, and I pointed out a couple of those to him at this meeting. After we reviewed the planned project, and he once again explained the whole thing to me, he explained the need for a variance for the number of parking spaces was because the developers wished to provide a food service facility in the retail section, which normally requires a higher number of parking spaces. Food services requires a higher number than what they're going for. The logic of asking for fewer for a project that requires more escapes me. If you examine the project as a whole and focus on the parking and the traffic issues, you can see that a variance will eventually be a huge problem. The people not being able to park and shop will eventually quit shopping at the retail stores there. None of the retail stores will be able to rely totally upon the resident tenants, except for the HOA office. Using the project's numbers, which he said were the city formulas for parking spaces, allows a minimum number of spaces for homeowners and customers. These numbers do not appear to take into consideration after-work functions, get-togethers, going to this restaurant, bar, whatever it is that they're going to put in, where a bunch of people are going to come from out of the area and drive to that location. It doesn't take into account more than one group choosing to have a function or a meeting at that particular place, or functions in any of the other retail places that may occur separately or in conjunction with a food service function. Homeowners parties. Just guess the homeowners coming over. If you have 300 units, chances are a couple of them are going to have visitors at the same time. Stores or other offices having several employees didn't seem to take into consideration any employee parking for the retail shops there. In a restaurant having many employees, holidays or other busy shopping times, or any combination of these, and curbside parking at the project will be minimal at best, with no parking on Charleston and Garcias being a long block away. By rough count, I drove through the area and I found 25 residences, 8 multifamily units, 40 businesses in an area bordered by 11th Street, Gas, 7th, and Bonneville. All of these are businesses and residences and things that I found in there were formerly single-family homes. That's all converted homes in there. Each one has a driveway and a driveway cutout in the curb area, and you know you can't park within 10 or 15 feet of a driveway. The businesses on the other side were U.S. Bank, Doctor's Office Complex, 6 businesses, no residences. The businesses, mostly converted residences, have parking patterns of a residence. There are few that have small parking area on the property, but by and large, those reserved for employees. Public or customer parking is on its own and curbside. This results in a search for parking spaces right now between residential driveways and the curbside. This results, all the professional people at times have times in their businesses where there are people in the waiting rooms taking up several parking spaces out on the curbs. More parking is needed for the offices and businesses that are there, and the homeowners and the visitors are, the homeowners that do have visitors are taking up precious parking spaces. Mr. Klapsel demonstrates no need for the reduced parking, much less a compelling need, only a desire.
Well, the application only shows for no need of variance for 10 parking spaces.
Yes, but if you take all of the residents and all of the business and combine them, it just barely meets a need. If you put any of these additions in, which all the businesses hope to have, there's a business out there, nobody's business in town wants to get by with the minimum. They all want to have more business. They're not going to have it because there's no place for anybody to park. There's no place, it's not a convenient area to walk to anything.
Okay, your point's well taken.
I'm not against the project, but I think if they're going to come in, that they should be a good neighbor and a good project. And the way to do that is to add parking, add convenience, not take away from it. And as an aside, the resultant population with the residents and the businesses going in is only going to exacerbate the already heavy traffic area in there. Nothing's going to be able to get out on Charleston. It's going to force everything back into the north side of Charleston. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Harrison. My address is 724 South 9th Street. I'm directly, immediately across the street from this project. I'm not exactly adverse to the project. However, I do have some serious concerns about the construction process and where the construction workers are going to work and the disruption that it's going to cause to my business. I'm one of the few businesses along there that is somewhat of a retail business in that I affectionately refer to that neighborhood as Attorney Village. And the attorneys don't seem to be too terribly concerned with where their people are going to park or that type of business, because it's just not the way that their business is run. Most of their business is conducted in the courthouse, whereas I'm in the insurance business, and I have 4 licensed agents in my office that have clients constantly coming through our office, and my concern is I'm looking at, 1 year, 2 years, or more? I've seen construction delays up and down these various corridors here north of Charleston, and if I have to deal with that, it'll kill my business. That's my concern.
I will address those concerns.
Great, thank you.
My name is Charles Sorrells, and I'm the president of Sorrells and Kiefer CPAs, and we have the property on the corner of 10th and Garces, and I'm in favor of the project. I think that it'll be great for our entire neighborhood, and I think if this project goes through, that we'll see additional projects coming in that will continue to help the neighborhood, and I see very little downside to it. In our business, we have a tax business and audit and financial statement business, and we have about 10 parking places, and we never use all of them. And I haven't had any trouble in the neighborhood with parking, and I think that the way things are set up, that it's going to be nothing but a plus to our neighborhood.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
McGowan.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident for more than 50 years. The applicant is a owner, a property developer of various properties in the downtown central core of City Las Vegas. To the best of my current knowledge, understanding, and belief, the applicant has made very important improvements to various properties in the neighborhood, including the refreshing of painting and decorating of the various residential buildings and rental units, and fencing to maintain security and proper conduct in the neighborhoods, such as the abatement of various illegal activities that have been taking place, such as vice, crime, etc. And the applicant is well qualified to add significantly to the enhancement of the lifestyle quality and opportunity in the downtown central city of Las Vegas. So it's a very commendable project. I have one or two questions. What would be the specific nature or content of the commercial retail development that's projected, and what would be the affordability range of the condominiums and office rentals in those properties, or the acquisitions prices? And if there is no interference or imposition of shadows or anything like that on the historic district neighborhood in the immediate vicinity, contiguously adjacent to these properties, I see no reason why both of these high-rise tower developments, with a moderate high-rise, 14-story and 17-story, should not be approved, regardless of what the planning department or the planning commission may have said about it or thought about it. You are the final arbiters, you are the decision makers, and it's up to you to make your decision in the best interest of all residents of the city of Las Vegas, including people who rent these properties or may be inclined to purchase them at some point or live in those neighborhoods. So yes, I say absolutely approve these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on these items? Do any of those who want to speak, please step forward at this time.
Yes, good afternoon. Yvette Robichaud. My address is 701 South 9th Street. I have a law firm on the corner of Garces and 9th Street. If I could have the overhead, benefit of the overhead.
Overhead, please.
Just to orient the council members, the city block that is in concern is this particular block. It's flanked on one side, on the west side by 9th Street, 10th Street on the east side, Garces North, and Charleston South. The property that has been bought up by the applicant is all of this part of the city block that stops here. My property is this property on the corner of Garces and 9th Street. There are 2 residential owners next to me, and then there's the Miley Law Firm next to them, and it's enlarged even further here. Representing my own interests, I have a law firm on the first floor of a 2-story building, which is located on that corner.
Don't ask you to vacate that alleyway.
No, I understand.
Okay.
I understand, and I want to be sure that we do understand, I guess, that if they're not going to vacate the north-south alleyway, that we are all in agreement about that, because it certainly is a concern of mine, because my parking is from that alleyway. Separate and apart from that, I have a concern for a 17-story high-rise and a 14-story high-rise in that particular neighborhood. I think it's intense for the neighborhood. I think it's overbuilt for the neighborhood. The only thing that is 3 stories in that particular area is the FBI building that's on Charleston, and you don't get to higher structures until you get to the federal building and then begin moving north and you get to the Soho lofts and so on. So I have concerns about a large development like that. I do believe the area needs to be redeveloped. Much of that land is slum property. It needs to be redeveloped, but my representation and wish would be and desire would be that it would be reasonable commercial use, not a 17-story condominium high-rise. I think it presents parking issues for all of the business owners who are there. Much of 9th Street is a law firm-oriented development. Many attorneys have their businesses, and we've been there for a while. And so we rely on street parking because, contrary to what was represented to you before, we do not conduct business solely in the courthouse. Much of the business that we conduct is conducted in our offices, and we do have client concerns.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Judge.
Council, good morning.
I thought that was you back there.
Everybody, I'm Ed Miley, 711 South 9. This is my wife. Obviously, she's part owner as well as community property owner. I assume you guys know who she is.
He's a judge.
Stephanie Miley. Good morning, Council, or good afternoon, actually. It doesn't seem to matter. I lost arguments before we were married. I lose arguments now. So. What I want to do is just kind of briefly go over some of the projects. I made some notes, and I'll try to cover what's already been done. But can I get the overhead again, please? Actually, I just want to show the council what the property looks like where we are. I've spoken with some of the other residents here that have concerns. Our parking is actually in back. And I'm going to show you some pictures of what's happened to the area, both before and after Mr. Clapstad and his clients came in to build in. But these are actually pictures of the property. If you want to go to the site map, I can try and point you where it is. But essentially, my property is the first property northwest of where they want to build, or northeast of where they want to build. So they have basically the entire lot, or the entire block, except for 3 units. Ms. Robichaud is in the corner. Two residents sitting next to Ms. Robichaud. I know the overhead can't see it, are sitting next to her, and they're going to speak. And then my property is actually the first one. If the alley's vacated, obviously I have no access or egress.
Yeah, the alley's not going to be vacated.
I understand that. Basically, we think the project is ill-conceived, ill-designed, and ill-built. They came in at the City Council or at the Planning Commission meeting and said that they anticipate this is going to take 3 to 5 years to build. As I'm sure you're aware, and as I'm sure it was reported in the RJ on August 9th, Oscar's quoted as saying that he's not going to give any project any credence unless they build within 1 year. Here they're saying 3 to 5 years. They haven't addressed concerns about how they're going to build it, what they're going to do. They haven't addressed off-sites, where things are going to go. What are the lane restrictions going to be? What are the hours of operation in buildings? It'll be 24 hours, but you have some people that work there or live there. They're obviously not going to want 24 hours. Or are they going to build it solely the daytime, in which case all the attorneys are not going to like it because we're not going to have noise complaints. We can't get to our property. We can't have clients come meet with us. It's going to interfere with our business as well. It's just ill-conceived. They haven't addressed any of that. I actually sat down and had a meeting with them on multiple occasions where we try to work out some of our differences or whatever. They want to discuss the project, and I'm like, look, that's fine. I really don't care about your project. If you want to build, that's fine. Buy me out. Give me a fair price. They conceded to me that they're looking to flip this property for about $17 million. That's all they are, is a land speculators trying to build. They have nobody lined up. If they had Perini in here, if they had somebody in here who was actually going to say, look, we're online, we're queued up, we've got labor support, we've got whatever it is, we're ready to build, this would not be the same argument I'd be making. In fact, I might be in favor of the project. I even sat down and said, hey, are you going to have organized labor come in, and is this going to be a union project? They essentially laughed at that as well. So basically, the impression I get is they want to do nothing on the project unless they absolutely have to. Now, our crime rate has gone sky high since they took over the property. Because all the rest of the properties around us are abandoned. I'm not sure if anybody's actually driven by to see the property. 3 weeks ago, I'm at a CLE. I come back to have lunch, get some work done while I'm at lunch. For those of you who don't know, attorneys have to take continuing classes, basically the tortures. Let me show you some pictures on the overhead of what I came to see. And actually, this is after I cleaned up the property. This is a picture of the alleyway. As you can see, there was a fire, pretty substantial fire. It actually knocked out our telephone service and our internet service. I came in on Saturday evening. The actual residents who lived there were there Friday night when it occurred. Came in. I couldn't even get down the alleyway. It took me 3 hours to fix my back gate, which I'm pointing to right here, and that's how I get egress and ingress. And this is the public alleyway we were talking about. I couldn't even get in there for 3 hours until I was able to fix my gate. Had to jump the fence. Understand accidents happen. I contacted Ms. Shaw, who is one of the owners. In fact, Ms. Shaw, if you drive around on 10th Street, has a sign up that says for lease, further proving that they don't intend to do anything on this property for at least a year, if not more. So anyway, I come in, the place is torn down. I contact Ms. Shaw and said, hey, there was a fire. You guys need to come in and arrange to clean it up. It's also a hazard as far as life safety and welfare. And additionally, I need to get your information for your insurance because I'm going to have to do a business claim because I don't have any phones, any internet, anything for who knows how long. So I've got some other pictures of the property. But I think it's important to see that rather than come up and say, look, we'll fix it, we'll do whatever, the property essentially has gone from being an area that was progressing and was doing well to an area that's basically become a slum. Here's the interior. Here's some more pictures of the property behind. Again, my office staff is the one that actually cleaned up the alleyway. No phone calls, no nothing were made by Ms. Shaw or any of the owners. This is some pictures inside. As you can see, and I actually spoke to an engineer, that's a truss right there that's no longer fixed. That's just waiting to fall down. And whether some kid's playing in there, whether a homeless person shooting up, whatever it may be, it's an attractive nuisance, it's dangerous, it needs to go. So if the council is inclined to grant the project or do whatever with the project, we believe, we have more pictures, but we believe that at the very least they should either have some kind of guard out there to patrol the area and make sure homeless don't stay there, drug addicts, whatever you have, or to basically bulldoze the property until they decide to build. Again, we talked about that as 3 to 5 years. As I mentioned before, our crime has gone up dramatically since they took over because it's basically empty lots. Homeless are now migrating there. They're taking food out of the garbage cans at some of the fast food restaurants.
We'll definitely address those concerns right now.
But those are some of the concerns as well. I've got copies of articles. Basically, it's ill-designed. They haven't explained to the city council who's going to do what, how they're going to do it. We don't want to be in a fishbowl. We don't want to have a 15 to 17-story complex by us and then have everybody looking down on our property. If you look at the area that we're in right now, the gentrification is actually taking place. I spoke with Mr. Bochanis before, and I think he's going to speak on this as well. When we moved in there 3 years ago as part of Oscar's dream, it was a coming area. I mean, we got a good price for it. We put it in. We've made some improvements. The place looks nice. If you look now, 10th Street is coming along well. 11th is starting to get developed. You put this project in there, it's just for 3 to 5 years like that, you're going to wind up having basically a Soho loft if it goes through. At the best case, where you've got labor problems, 18 months behind schedule. At worst case, they're never going to build it. You're going to have a burned-out shell. It looks like a rock. So I'll submit on that.
Thank you.
Anything my wife wants to say?
No, I join in.
For the record, I finally got the last word.
No, he didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman. My name is George Bochanis, 631 South 9th Street. My law office has been located in downtown Las Vegas for the last 22 years. For the last 14 and a half years, my office has been located at 631 South 9th Street, which, as you can see by the site map, is about 200 feet from where this project exists to my front door of my office. If we could go to the overhead, please.
The overhead. There you go.
Thank you. My concerns regarding this project are kind of threefold. First, it has to do with the compatibility of building a 17-story and 15-story office/condo/retail, whatever else you're mixing in here, some 200 feet away from my office, and 200 feet and less from existing professional buildings along 9th and 10th Street. I mean, to really get a flavor of what's going on in this area and what has been going on because of myself and people like Mr. Miley and Yvette is to look at what this neighborhood looks like now. This is a photograph of my office building, which I would take issue with the fact it needs any revitalization. We've put a lot of investment into this building. It sits right on the corner of Garces and 9th Street. I employ 16 people, and despite what you've heard, we always have a need for parking. We all go to court, but we all have clients. I at any time in my firm, have approximately 400 to 500 clients active. Those 400 to 500 clients have needs to come see myself and my staff. We always, and to this date, have parking issues. I can't even imagine when you add a 17 and 14-story office tower, what that's going to do to our street parking and to our ability to conduct business there.
You know what you build without adequate parking?
Oh, we have more than adequate parking, sir. The issue is that you're allowing a 6-story parking structure, and I can tell you this, when you want to be practical and realistic about it, that people are not going to want to drive up 6 ramps or 6 floors of the parking garage when they can park down on the street level instead. And that's what's going to happen. Let's be realistic. This is, anyway, a photograph of my building on 9th. I'd like to, if I could, just show you what 9th and 10th Street looks like as of this morning. This is me walking out of the front door of my office building and looking south down 9th Street. You can see it consists of buildings. Here, this is across the street from me, 1- and 2-story professional buildings. Houses that for the most part are renovated. This is Tick Cedarblum's office. This is Carl Piazza's office. This is an office that's associated with Tick's. This is Yvette's, who was up here earlier, and this is mine across on 9th. See the cars. Again, this is across the street on 9th. Again, look at the nature of this neighborhood now. This is David Corey's building. This is the Hardy and Hardy place. Again, looking down 9th. This shows my 9th Street looking down. This portion of 9th Street between Garces and Bonneville is essentially my office and the Greenman Goldberg Raby office. Another 2-story structure with attorneys. And they're accurate in stating this basically has turned into Attorney Row with 1- and 2-story structures. This is across the street from 9th from me. Again, Ed Fountain's building and the Hardy and Hardy building and David Corey's building in between it. Again, another view.
Go ahead.
What I want to say is that putting these types of structures in this type of a neighborhood simply isn't compatible. It just doesn't fit. It's a definite overbuilding of what's available and what we have present there. For years, we've been told about the fact that we're being encouraged to come to downtown to build our businesses and to bring our employees in there. This type of a structure and this type of development really seems inconsistent with what we were always told the policy was.
So you're speaking really against the project. Now, I'm thinking that the Mileys, and those that spoke earlier, are really not against the project. They're more against the parking issue than anything else.
Well, if I can just address that, we are against the project as it stands right now, the high-rise and everything else. We're not against them putting in 1-story, 2-story office space, whatever. In fact, we'd appreciate it because it would get rid of some of these burnouts.
So we're definitely against
We're against the high-rise. We're not against it. Right, we're not against them putting in 1-story, 2-story things that go with the rest of the community, look gentrified, look, the whole.
Well, this is not what I was told.
Well, and you know, we were wondering about that also, because of the fact that I have no objection to office obviously going there. I have no objection to retail going there, but not 17 stories of it, not 15 stories of it, and not one of each. I mean, when you look at what this neighborhood looks like, it's clearly not consistent with what we're doing there and what we're all trying to do there. Every one of us, every law firm that's spoken to today has made a substantial investment in this area. We bring our employees down there. We pay substantial taxes, and I think we've done a lot to really help this area. So for those reasons, I would tell you it's entirely incompatible. The second issue, I think, that this type of a project raises is it viable? Is it something that's really going to be built by this applicant? Or is this just part of the current craze of every downtown corner being all of a sudden a high-rise potential spot, such as when I drive downtown and I see things like this all over the place, overhead place. Future high-rise site.
Would you be willing to meet with me in the future?
Sure, I would. Another great example here in the Okie and Wyoming, Las Vegas Boulevard area, another potential high-rise site. I mean, because we have a corner doesn't mean it's a high-rise site. And this is the perfect example, and this is what I don't want to see happening in my neighborhood. The neighborhood, I've been there for 15 years, and I think done a lot to support and make this neighborhood what it is. Here's a project, obviously, that was passed, and the gleaming 70-story office structure.
Okay, sir. Let the applicant please come forward one more time. Okay.
And look what it's there now.
Okay.
For sale.
Okay.
Spray painted on.
Yeah.
Oh, just for good measure.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should I leave this up here for you, sir?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Clapsaddle?
Let me just briefly address some of the neighbors' concerns. One is that we heard a lot about...
I've got some concerns that I've heard today, so I'm going to tell you some of the concerns I have. Number one, the talk about how this was going to be built, when this was going to be built, really concerns me. We haven't talked about that. You told me that, you referenced to me that none of the neighbors was really in opposition to this. You told me about the Mileys, that they really didn't care about this project, which they do. They don't want this high-rise project. And so I really have to hold this in abeyance for 30 days. I want to meet with those people that spoke here today. I know we had some concerns about construction, where the workers were going to park and that sort of thing, the disruption of the neighborhood, the businesses. I still have those type of concerns. It sounds to me like some of these people here, we had one gentleman come here that spoke in favor of the project, and I can certainly appreciate that. But those people, and you know how I feel, Mr. Clapsaddle, I've always said if I put it in my backyard, I will put it in your backyard.
I understand.
And I feel on this here, it may be too intense, it may be too high. I really understood the parking issue. I think any neighborhood, whether it be a business or a residential, if they go home and can't find a place to park for their kids coming home to visit with them, it is a problem. This is the type of development that we are looking for. This just may be too intense for this area. I really felt like, because nobody's contacted my office other than the applicant. I sometimes take offense to that. When I met with the applicant, I told him nobody's contacted my office, nobody has any problems with this, as far as I know, and I represent it to you. But I told you that if somebody comes with a meaningful type of opposition, that I wanted to hold this in abeyance so that I can meet with them and see if we can't come to a middle ground. You know how we are at the city when we have applications like this. I want it to be, there's no sense going in and building something this nice if we're going to make the neighbors mad. Simple as that. If we can't go in there and make something and build something that's going to be good, then we don't want to build anything. And I definitely listened to him, because the mayor did say he doesn't want to be a tool to turn a property. Okay? So I need to make sure that I do my homework now, because I've listened to my residents, whether it be business or people that live there. And so I'm going to make a motion that we hold this in abeyance for 30 days, Ronnie, November 1st. And I want to meet with those people that spoke today. If they will contact my office at 229-6405, I would like to set up a meeting so we can get together and meet with those concerns. And I would like to meet with you, Mr. Clapsaddle, and those applicants to see if we can't address some of the concerns that we have here today.
one of the things that we committed to was getting some answers about construction and some of the other issues that have been discussed. We have some of those answers for you. The traffic study has been completed. We can go over that with you and the neighbors. 30 days would be great. We'd be happy to come back, talk to the neighbors again, meet with you, and move forward.
Thank you. Yes.
If I could just make a comment, and it's also a question, especially some of the business owners that have spoke today. Watching the city develop maybe over the last 10 to 15 years, I recall that especially in this residential area, that the transition to when the investment from attorneys and professionals came down, there was a lot of protest from homeowners that have lived there 10, 20 years, and concerns about traffic and impact and commercialization. And I think what's developed in this area and the general area as far as professional office has been outstanding. Some beautiful streetscapes, wonderful investment, nice offices, but what we're on the verge of, not only on the Charleston corridor, but certainly on the Rancho corridor, Las Vegas Boulevard corridor, is the next transition, not from residential to professional office, but professional office now to vertical residential, vertical retail, mixed use. So I'd be interested in having that same input via the Mayor Pro Tem's office on what you see as compatible. I don't think we're going to see single-story offices on Charleston. We have discussed here at the City Council level this transit-oriented development along corridors such as Charleston and the Boulevard and Rancho. So I sense there's a new transition coming, and it's going to be defined not only by this council, but by those that spoke today, both residences and professionals, to get your input, to look at those type mixed-use developments that are in fact compatible to the professional office and likewise further into the residential. I don't think we've ever answered that question, but now we're getting, on a monthly basis, these type proposals and these type projects. So the more input we can get, not only from the development community, but from the professional community and certainly the residential, I think it will help us make better policy decisions shortly. Probably in the next year to two, we're going to have to make some critical decisions on these type corridors in our city.
Councilman Brown, I really appreciate that. That's absolutely the truth. Can I make a motion on just 88 through 95 to hold in abeyance?
Yes, absolutely.
I got a staff member out there getting names and addresses, telephone numbers. If you'd be so kind to meet with Loretta there. Loretta, where'd you go? Oh, she's right down over here. I would like to set up a neighborhood meeting if I could, just to get input. I would definitely hope that we do have some type of a development there. Sooner the better, I think. And again, I would ask the applicant if they would make sure that those areas that are blighted, that are in danger, if we could address those as soon as possible. Some of those pictures we've seen, to me, need to be addressed.
And we'll address those, and happy to come back in 30 days.
You can't pass notes while he's talking. Thank you.
I beg your pardon?
You cannot pass notes up on the desk while he's talking. Calm down.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm going to make a motion to hold in abeyance until November the 1st, items 88 through 95, and I will make sure I meet with the staff. My staff will meet with my staff and I will meet with those people that spoke here today, as well as any other of your neighbors that want to be there. To look, I don't want to say we're going to kill this project, because I'm going to work with the applicant as well to make sure this project is completed. And so, with that, I will make a motion. That is my motion. Cast your vote, please. Post, please. Motion did carry. So we'll see you later. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
very quickly, we are completing our mixed-use ordinance, which has corridor studies, just as you and Councilman Brown are referring to. We are in the final stages of getting comments from the industry, especially NAOP, and that item will be before you within 30 days, and we'll be happy to make that draft available because this area is one of those addressed.
Thank you. Item 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. 96 is a rezoning, public hearing, applicant owner, DFA LLC, et al. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RE Residential Estates under Resolution Number 10 to C1 Limited Commercial, R3 Medium Density Residential, and C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial on 20.53 acres at the northwest corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. This is in Councilman Wickley's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Item number 97 is a variance related to the rezoning, public hearing, applicant owner, DFA LLC et al. Request for a variance to allow a setback of 73 feet where residential adjacency standards require a minimum of 84-foot setback, and to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is a minimum setback required in conjunction with a rental store with outside storage on 20.53 acres on the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. 98 is a variance related to the rezoning, and the variance is to allow a proposed 10-foot high block wall where 8 feet is the maximum allowed. 99 is a special use permit for the same owner request for a special use permit for a rental store with outside storage. 100 is a special use permit for a truck rental establishment on 20.53 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. And 101 is a special use permit to request for an auto repair garage major. And item 102 is also, it's the site development review for a proposed rental store with outside storage, a 99,000 square foot covered storage area, a 21,600 square foot auto repair garage major, a 25,200 square foot hardware store, and waivers of perimeter landscape buffer and wall design requirements on 20.53 acres. Staff recommends denial on the site development and the Planning Commission recommends approval. The applicant's present. I forget his name. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Robert Grossbeck, 5820 South Pecos Road, on behalf of the owner applicant. And Your Honor, if I may, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into with respect to the site. I see it's on the overhead here. As you indicated in the various matters pending here today, what we're looking to do is roughly on a little over 20 acres, as you can see on the site plan, put together what we think is a wonderful amenity for the neighborhood, and it's going to be something I think that's very new to Las Vegas, and it's going to consist of a retail commercial component. We're all familiar with what Ahern Rentals does with respect to general rental and commercial rental. What we're trying to do here is fill what we think is a nice market niche, and that's basically creating a one-shop stop for this entire type of use. We've all gone to the rental store to rent a Bobcat, a trencher, things of that nature, and then we've had to run to Home Depot or Lowe's to get the pipe, the wiring, and things of that nature to finish the project. And our goal here and our objective is to put that under one roof, so to speak, a one-stop shop. And we're excited about that. It's been a long process. We've worked with staff, and I do want to thank Mr. Rankin in particular. It hasn't been easy, but I think we've got a project here before you that makes sense and that is going to serve as a prototype for the Ace Hardware Ahern Rental concept that we intend to launch not only here in Southern Nevada, but throughout the West. And I'm here to answer any questions you have with respect to the items pending before you. I know there have been some issues on the variances. I think we were able to work those out with the neighbors and with the Planning Commission at their hearing, and we simply ask for your support and ask you to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission at its last meeting. And I know there are a number of residents here that would like to speak on the matter, and with your permission, Your Honor, I'd just ask for a few moments following their remarks to address any questions that you might have, and anything I can do to help you. Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time? Seeing no one, this is a public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item? If we could have all of you please come down. Except for Mr. McGowan. Oh. Can we have a 3-minute clock, please?
My name is Tom DeMarco. I live at 651 Clarkway Drive. I'm also on the property at 1900 West Bonanza, which butts up to Clarkway and West Bonanza right next to this project. I'm all in favor of this project. I think it's a good project for the neighborhood. I do want to point one thing out. I could be wrong, but all the radius says northeast corner. This should be the southeast corner, I believe. I hope it doesn't create any problems, but...
We won't let it.
Huh?
We won't let it.
Good. Anyway, very much in favor. I think it's going to be a good addition. Mr. Ayer has been very good landowner in the area. He keeps everything he has clean and good operating condition. Get them all in favor of it.
Mr. Marco, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nader Mirzai. I'm the owner of 1720 West Bonanza Street, units 1 through 8 condominiums. Actually, they're very adjacent property to the subject property. I'm actually surprised that the applicant is asking for all these variances and these SUPs without really recommending any enhancement to the area. That area of that street really could use some enhancement, and they are actually doing the opposite, particularly that I'm concerned about the setback that they are trying to get rid of, that 10 feet, and also the 10 feet block wall, which would make it look like a kind of like correctional facilities, rather than a nice ornamental iron fence of maximum 8 feet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Walter Jones, 1951 Sutro Lane. I'm with Don Ahern on this project. I approved for it to get done. He's done a lot over in that neighborhood, providing jobs, over 900 jobs, and he's going to provide more jobs once this center is open. And it has enhanced the area, because I'm more of concerned about the area that we're living in now, which we're over there with Councilman Weekly, which he's doing a nice job over there. So I don't see what the problem is with even getting it done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Daniel Black. I live at 805 Clarkway, right next to the project there, and I really think we should approve the project. It's the whole area is basically going into a redevelopment area, and I think this is the perfect fit. I highly recommend it, and I hope you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, please.
I'm Lonnie Walson, 1935 Avenue, and I'm in favor of Mr. Ahern going forward with the project, and I think it'll be a good thing for the area. I've been in Bonanza Village for quite some time, and the problem has been there for a long time, and no one ever attempted to do anything with it, so he's coming in there trying to make something good of it, and I appreciate that if you all go along with it, and I'm with Mr. Ahern, and thank Mr. Whitman for going along with it.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is J.D. Bell. I live 1131 Sharon Road, and I'm all for what is going to stay on.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, my name is Robin Heck. I live at 805 Clarkway Drive, and I'm also in support of the project. I don't know if you guys accept letters in support for the record.
Look at this pretty lady right here.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm in support of the project. I think it's going to be great for the neighborhood. Thank you
very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcia Lawrence. I reside at 1200 Comstock Drive. I have a question on the 102 regarding a waiver of the landscape buffering and the wall decorative. Could someone explain that to me? I was under the impression they were going to do that. Is that waiving it?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
On 102, where they mentioned the waiving of the landscape buffer and wall design?
No, that's going to be what proposed in our condition is that be an 8-foot decorative block wall with 20-foot
Okay, just
box
wanted to make
trees, mature trees.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I think that's a great idea. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. It's 8, not 10.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, I support him doing this because, you know, we the one that started at first dealing with him about enhancing that property. And then when he decided to come with Ace Hardware, that would be a plus for our community, because when we have to go get little parts and stuff, we have to go either on Charleston to Lowe's or go to Home Depot on Craig. But that right there in our community, it's a good asset to us to have that in our community. So I support it. I support the brick wall with the landscaping, because that's what we get, landscaping and the brick wall. Am I right? And I support that. Because that wall, now you watch and see when they go up, they're going to look better than that Bonanza Village wall.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I get to say what I love to say. We are so highly blessed. I have to admit I'm extremely prejudiced. The Aherns are among my closest friends in town. This is magnificent as far as genius is concerned, and Don is a genius. The Ace Hardware, the rental, with online for other details. This is one-stop build your house. To talk about affordable housing, this makes it so much more affordable for the middle class. This is like the prototype. This will be duplicated all over the nation. But it starts right here in Las Vegas. I'm very pleased with it, and I've been with it every step of the way and through the Planning Commission. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. You yielded your time to the other people there.
I'm sorry?
You yielded your time.
No, I have to go ahead of me.
No, you yielded your time. I see you. Just go ahead.
I said go ahead. I yield to choose. Go ahead.
You yielded your time.
You got 3 minutes, I think, or 2.
Go ahead.
And I apologize to Councilman Wakely, I think it is, who said something about the note. I thought the applicant was done at the time. That's when I passed the note up. It's a rather important note. Maybe you didn't read it while I read it. On this item, I strongly support this item because of several reasons. Number one, the Aherns have long established an impeccable reputation for integrity and business development in this community, the larger community, Las Vegas, Nevada. And there are obvious benefits, socioeconomic benefits for the residents of Ward 5, and the city generally, all residents in this particular project. And also the one condition of the 8-foot wall, I believe it is, not higher, or it could be higher, but perhaps the trees may have a canopy that's higher than 8 feet. Is that your impression? You may have looked at that if you choose. In any case, I strongly support this item, and I recommend adoption unanimously. Thanks.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I'm here to Consuelo McEwen, 1110 Ralston Drive. Sorry. I am here in full support of Ahern's project. I think that it is an enhancement to that neighborhood. I think that by building Ace Hardware and having auto repair and the things that he's putting there, because if you look down the street, you have U-Haul rental and you have Penske rental and you have UPS. If we're able to purchase that one-stop home building thing like one of the other people said, I think that it will only enhance the west side. We don't have a supermarket, but it'd be nice to have a place where we can shop for utensils, a screwdriver without having to go 2-3 miles out of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you. I'm Florence Jones, a 40-year resident of Las Vegas and a native Nevadan. I am a retired school teacher of 24 years, and I did teach many years over in this particular area. I want to call to your attention that the Ahern rental business came into a very socially economic low neighborhood, and they've been successful. They have brought business, employment, cleaned up areas that were deplorable, and I would like to say that there's still many areas. It's too bad Don Anthony doesn't own more of the land over there, because there's a great deal more that still needs to be done. I really ask you, as a consumer of the product that they are planning to produce, that you would consider this seriously. I have heard Mr. Ahern at these meetings attempt to do an 8-foot wall, a 10-foot wall. The people are the ones who keep telling him how to change it. He's willing to do whatever they have asked. So please, pass this.
Thank you. Assemblyman.
How you doing? This Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm State Assemblyman Harvey Mumford, and I live in that area, and I've resided in that area for about 33 years, right around the corner from the project that's being presented. And I'm in full support of it, and I think it's going to be very valuable for our community and for that area. And myself, I've always proposed and tried to, in some way, support some type of economic development in that area of West Las Vegas. That's always been one of my primary, even, you could say my bills even in Carson City. And I think it would be a very, short-sighted approach on your part to not support this project, because it's so very vitally needed in that area. And I think in my area, the biggest support we need is from the city. And I don't think we've really gotten it in the past, but I'm not going to go into that now. But I don't think we've gotten it the way we should, but I think you support this. But anyway, thank you.
Good afternoon, Councilman Reese. My name is Dave Wooten. I live at 829 Clarkway Drive. I've been there for about 26 years, since even back in the day when Councilman Reese was our councilman. Yep. And I would like to say we have had a lot of meetings about this. It's come a long way. And I'd like to thank Councilman Weekly for working with the neighborhood and working out all the problems. And all the people on Clarkway Drive are 100% behind this. And thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Mr. Grossbeck?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can have some Mr. McGowan's time.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. I appreciate that. I really can't say it any better than what you've just heard from the residents. And again, as I indicated at the outset, we think this is a wonderful amenity. We think it's a great project. We think it's going to do a lot to really jumpstart growth along this portion of the Bonanza corridor. And I too want to thank the residents. I don't think many of you are aware. They've been with us from day one, and there was mention of meetings. We've had, I can't tell you how many meetings, and their input and their involvement has been wonderful, and we respect that, and we appreciate their support, and we would ask for your approval.
Thank you. I hope we get that kind of cooperation on the last items.
On this item?
No, on the last items.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Mr. Grossbeck? We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Weekly, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd just like to say, and kind of reverting back to some of the history of this project here, we have had lots of meetings about this, and there have been those who have been in full support of this, and then we've had several concerns from several of the neighbors who are concerned, and we've come up with some major conditions that, we want to make sure that these conditions are adhered to, because, again, those neighbors that I have spoken with who are not in support of this just have a lack of faith that the conditions will be adhered to, and we want to make sure, I'm going to make sure that the conditions are followed through 100%. I know we were out on the site, and I had an opportunity to drive it the other day with you all, with all of us out there, and just making sure that we were on the same page. And I think, Mr. Grossbeck, what we may want to do is, as we go through the items, to make sure that we put on the record the conditions that we talked about. I watched the Planning Commission, and I did see several of those neighbors who came out and spoke in opposition, but there were some conditions that the Planning Commission members had actually proposed for this project. The Bonanza corridor is an industrial corridor, and it's not unusual today on this council that we've seen residential property being converted over to C1. This is a property where I've gone to staff and I've gone to several developers and people and have asked the question, if in fact that property was built on this, how realistic do you think someone would buy a house in the Bonanza corridor? And I didn't get a lot of favorable responses on that because the corridor is changing so very much. But then to see that this project and what it will bring to this community as far as helping in that economic spurt that we're needing in that area, that's a plus. But I think the thing that I guess impressed me the most with this project was that the residents to the east and the residents to the west who would be affected most by this were in full support of this. And so I think for those residents in Bonanza Village, I think that as long as when they come out of their development there, that they do see that decorative block wall and that they do see that plush landscaping that we talked about and that you all have agreed to. And I think that will be a huge enhancement to this neighborhood and to this project. And we want to make sure as we go through the items we talk about, there will be no ingress or egress on Washington Avenue. What we will have there is a crash gate there for fire and rescue services only. Okay? So with that, Your Honor, and Margot, you and Bart can jump in as we go along here. Okay? On item number 96, Your Honor, I'd like to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion on 96. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. 97, please.
97, Your Honor, the request for the variance. I'd like to move for approval with all conditions. And
you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item number 98, please.
And I do want to correct for the record here on this request for variance, and I know this council, I know Councilman Ross and Tarkanian, well, all the council members for that matter, look real strongly at variances, and we make sure that we, when we grant them, that it has to have a serious justification to why we are approving them. This particular variance here was a request by the residents here, and so with that as a part of the condition, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval.
Thank you.
All conditions, please.
Any questions on the motion?
And agreed upon, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
199 for the special use permit for the store with the outside storage. I'd like to move for approval with all conditions and defer over to our planning director.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, just one minor change to condition number 2 to add the word in to specify commercial building construction, that the equipment that would be rented was principally for residential and home use, not for commercial building construction. And so we would just ask that one word be added in condition number 2.
And so that everyone will understand that those particular commercial pieces of equipment would be moved to the south side of the street.
That's correct. We agree with that condition, Councilman. And just for the record, so everyone's clear, all of the commercial, the heavy industrial use, the high-reach equipment we've talked about in the past is all going to be permanently housed south of Bonanza, where it currently is.
Thank you. That's my motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
With those corrections, please cast your vote.
As amended with all conditions.
Please post. Carries.
On item number 100 for the request for the special use permit for a truck rental establishment, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please, as agreed upon by the applicant.
Please cast your vote.
We agree.
Please post. Motion carries.
And on 101, Mayor Pro Tem, for the special use permit, I'd like to move for approval with all conditions, as agreed upon by the applicant.
We agree.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 102, please.
And on 102, Your Honor, I'd like to, on the site development plan, move for approval with all conditions and
if I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman,
yes,
just to confirm that the development is in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan that was submitted on August 15th, so we do have the revised updated plan, and also to clarify for the record that the waivers that are being approved and are conditioned in 6, 7, and 8. The landscaping is only for a portion, the eastern portion that abuts other commercial properties, multifamily, and that with regard to the block wall, all of the block walls facing public rights-of-way will be decorative. Only those interior ones will not be required to be.
And in this one, I'm just looking to see that we did agree upon the 65-foot buffer.
That's correct. To both conditions.
To both conditions. Okay. And also, I want to put on the record, too, Margot, that we do have a booklet available of what equipment shall be stored on that property there at that Ace Hardware store, so that residents who may have that concern, I know that one of the constituents in Bonanza Village had a concern about what type of equipment would be on that property on the actual north side of the street, and we wanted to make sure that that is readily available if that gentleman still would like to have a copy of that.
And he may, Councilman, we agree to that, and as we've stated from the outset, all equipment south of Bonanza, or on the north side, rather, of Bonanza, will be general rental, and will meet within those height limitations we discussed.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, that's my motion as amended, please.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Weekly, thank you very much for your hard work.
Mr. DeMarco, it's very nice seeing you again, sir. At this time, we're going to be excusing Councilman Brown. He has to meet an airplane deadline, an airplane. He's got a few more minutes, he says. Items 103 and 104 is rezoning 15411. Public hearing, applicant owner Michelle Zamora, request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to PR professional office and parking on 0.16 acres at 1148 South Maryland Parkway. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. And item 104 is a site development plan review related to the rezoning. Public hearing. This request for conversion of a 1,051 square foot residence to an office building and waiver of the landscape buffer requirements on 0.16 acres, 1148 South Maryland Parkway. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Is the applicant present? Any representative of the applicant? Oh, take your time.
Hi, I'm Michelle Zamora regarding 1148 Maryland Parkway, requesting approval for my request.
You've read the conditions? You agree to the conditions?
Yes.
What business are you going to put in here?
Real estate.
Real estate office. Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item?
John McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Is this address close to Charleston, Maryland?
Pretty close.
138 in the general vicinity.
Yes.
Not a high rise, not a towering walker. I recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? We'll close the public hearing. I'll make a motion to approve item 103 with all conditions. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 104 on the variance. Sorry. Turn one too many pages here. 104 is a site development plan. Move for approval with all conditions. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Items 105 and 106. Is a variance public hearing. Applicant Dennis Iwasaka, owner of Max Jones Professional Plaza, request for variance to allow a proposed 21,551 square foot, two-story office building to have setback of 53 feet where residential adjacency standards require 105 feet on 0.85 acres on 1506 South Jones Boulevard. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Item 106 is the site development review. Proposed 21,551 square foot, two-story office building and waiver of perimeter landscape requirements on .085 acres at 1506 South Jones Boulevard. The applicant is present. Will declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Philip Bajaski, PR Engineering, 1025 Schuster, and I'm representing the client, and my client accepts all conditions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please step forward, ma'am. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Mobley. I reside at 1585 Red Rock. I'm here to voice my opposition to the impending encroachment upon my property. The 2 stories that will be built is directly adjacent to my property. Basically, my property will be just directly behind, and I'm concerned about the safety, my safety, and that of my neighbors, and the security of my property, should the developer's variance be granted. Additionally, granting the variance would undoubtedly negatively impact the property value, mine as well as my neighborhood's. The neighborhood has recently met with several criminal occurrences 4 times in the past 6 months, and I'm asking that we be given a little bit more time in order to discuss what's going to be happening with this developer, so that there can be certain conditions that can be met. If the council is going to grant this variance, we ask that a wall be built. We ask that there be security surveillance on the property at all times. And 2, since I said previously, my property is mostly impacted by this building, I ask that there be no windows in the back of this building, because basically if there is, my whole property will be viewed out of the windows of this property. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing.
A little time to get up off my seat. Don McGowan, I apologize for not jumping up as quickly as you would like. Las Vegas resident. I concur with the lady's assertions. There are valid reasons for people in residential properties to be concerned about the influx of other forms of development that may impact them one way or another, even if it's a matter of their perception rather than somebody else's general perception. She apparently has very strong feelings about it. And my recommendation is that this city council, in all such matters, exercise the extra mile of serious consideration of all of those real and potential concerns as you address these particular types of items. Well, the developer clearly has an absolute right to make a proposal and attempt to have you approve it. The residents also have rights, and not just that resident. All residents of this entire greater community have to be rest assured that the city council will be fair and equitable in any and all such applications that come before the city council. Even if they're not here today and don't have an item before you, they're watching you, and so they need to know that you are for the people inclusively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing. Any questions, the applicant? Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I had only received one protest on this item, which we investigated very thoroughly yesterday. It was the business to the side, Harmon and Davis. And when we looked at the lot, to tell you the truth, I think you'd have more security with the building than you would without the building, because that's an awfully ugly junkyard lot. It's one of the worst I've seen. So I think having building in there would be very good. I was going to ask for a condition of no windows in the back. Ordinarily, I would not want to see 50% of the setback made and the other 50% not, when you're right next to residential, and in the back it goes north and east and west, so you've got all residential back there. I did not know about residents. I had had no communication from them about other concerns they might have, and I would like to ask you, would it be amenable to you if we obeyed this for 2 weeks so that I could meet with those residents and maybe have you meet with us also? My understanding is the reason why you have to go that far close to the residences is because Jones was raised about 7.5 feet, and it makes it difficult through no fault of your own to build on that. And I think we need to explain that maybe very carefully to the residents so that maybe we have a friendly neighborhood situation here. I think we can get a win-win situation out of it if maybe we could all meet together.
And I certainly agree with that. And this really is the first time I've been approached with this also. We've had, we went through this whole issue with the zoning and the site design review at the county, and then we decided to annex in the city. And so I thought there was plenty of opportunity for this to be addressed. So I was kind of surprised to see someone up here. But we have explicitly, it's explained in the requirements that the windows that are on the building that face the east are windows that we can't see out of. And not only have we done that with the windows that face the east, but we have come about a third of the way up the building on the windows that face the north and the south, so that you can't look out the side of those windows and see in those neighbors. So I think we've done some stuff to help them. But I have no problem at all waiting another couple of weeks. I don't think that's an issue at all.
Excuse me, I was going to say, I think you have done things to help, but rather than have some anger burning inside someone, I just think if they realize what you have done and why you need to build that close to the back setting, and for them then to be able to voice what they feel too. And this, I didn't get your name, I wasn't able to write it down. If I could ask you to come back to the podium.
My name is Jody Mobley, and 2 weeks would be great.
And Jody, what if we put the responsibility on you to get that, because it's only 2 weeks and it takes a while, for you to get the neighbors together that you say are feeling concern, and then let us know the evening as soon as possible?
I'll get back with you tomorrow, Councilwoman.
Good. And can I just give you the office number, 229? I'm going to do that because Councilman Reese gave his council number. 229-2299, and the secretary's name is Kimberly. And then we will let you know also, so that we can all be together. Yeah. It's just I feel that this is going to be a big advantage in the neighborhood if we do it right. So if we all work together, that's the direction we should head.
Yeah, we agree with that.
Thank you.
So I would move for a 2-week abeyance on this item.
Can we have items 105, 106 together?
If we can take them together, then I'd do it on both 105 and 106.
Okay, we've got a motion to hold in abeyance item 105, 106. Please cast your vote. Until October 18th.
October 18th.
And could I have your telephone number?
Councilwoman, not over here, please.
That's what I was going to just say to her, to the side. I was going to say to the side.
Okay.
Okay. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Item 107 and 108, variance 15021, public hearing. Applicant owner Jeffrey D. and Denise L. Mazur. Appeal filed by the applicant from the denial of the Planning Commission on the request for a variance to allow the floor area of a proposed non-habitable accessory structure to be 86% of the principal dwelling unit, where 50% is the maximum area allowed, on 0.47 acres at 6320 Corbett Street. This is in Councilman Ross's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. And 108 is a public hearing, special use permit, appeal filed by the applicant from the denial of the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,520 square foot non-habitable accessory structure at 6230 Corbett Street. Again, Planning Commission staff recommend denial. I see the applicant is present. Yes, sir.
Jeff Mazur, 6230 Corbett. I just want to build a detached garage in my backyard where I can work and stuff in my backyard.
Okay. Are there any questions, the applicant? Well, we'll do that in a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing.
Good. How you doing?
Town of Allen, State President, is there a program on this non-habitable structure? In any case, what is the specific intended usage of the non-habitable structure?
To get my stuff out of the way.
I don't think that has to be answered. That's.
I'm sorry?
That don't have to be answered. That's, if we allow it.
Are we talking about a tool shed or a laboratory of some kind, or storage bin, or what?
Garage.
Just a garage.
A garage?
Yes.
I see no reason why not to approve that without discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to put one of these in my backyard, too. Jeff, I think you've got a golden opportunity here. Agenda item 107, move for approval subject to conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries on item 108.
Also on agenda item 108, move for approval subject to staff conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 109 and 110. 109 is variance public hearing. Applicant EGJ Management LLC, owner Rancho Drive LLC, request for a variance to allow the total square footage of proposed accessory structures to exceed 50% of the floor area of the main dwelling, and to allow an accessory structure in front of the main dwelling on 45.91 acres at 8100 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Councilman Ross's ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. And item 110 is a special use permit, request for a special use permit for the proposed addition of 3 habitable accessory structures and 1 non-habitable accessory structure at 8100 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. I see the applicant is present. Yes, sir. Glad to hear from you.
Yes, I'm representing the applicant, EGJ Management, Brian Miller at 1509 Padova Drive. We have read all of the conditions, and we accept those conditions. And we respectfully ask that you approve this project, and if you have any questions in regards to it, I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing.
I don't know the representative's name on the record.
It's Brian Ellert.
Thank you very much. Which of these structures will be located in front of the habitable main dwelling? Will it be non-habitable or habitable? Or does it matter? That was the question. You may not respond, but let the record reflect that you didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, would you like to respond to that question if you can?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? See no one will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, on 109, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agenda item 109, move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 110, please.
And on item 110, also wish to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions for approval.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please close. Motion carries. And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 111 is a public hearing. Applicant Speedy Cash, Inc., owner KMC 2 LLC, request for a special use permit for proposed financial institutions, specified a waiver of the 200-foot separation distance from a parcel zone for residential use and a waiver of the 1,000-foot separation distance from another financial institution at 4343 North Rancho Drive, Suite Number 1. Note, the application has been amended from a proposed financial institution specified to a proposed auto title loan business. The applicant has been changed from Speedy Cash Inc. to FMMR doing business at Rapid Cash. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 3-3-1 vote on the motion for approval ended in a tie vote, which is tantamount to denial. And the applicant is present.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Lucy Stewart, 856 East Sahara, representing the applicant. And we do have two waivers in front of you. One is from residential, which we do reduce it from the 200 feet to approximately 80 feet. However, we are separated by a collector street. We're separated by a block wall to the residential, and it is the rear of the houses. In addition, the nearest entrance into that subdivision is approximately a quarter of a mile to the west. So I think we actually, even though we don't meet the actual separation, I don't think we really have an impact on the residential to the west. In addition, we do have a request to reduce the separation from a similar business, which is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Craig and Rancho. And one of the reasons I think to have 1,000-foot separation is to reduce the proliferation of these type businesses in one intersection. There's approximately 80 acres at all four corners combined of commercial, and there's really just one business to the northeast. Unfortunately, given the way that Rancho comes at an angle, approximately the entire shopping center on the northeast corner falls within the 1,000-foot separation. So unless that business were in the furthest corner in that shopping center, there's no way we could meet the separation. However, I think the spirit of the ordinance is met in that we're separated by a 6-lane divided road on Craig and a 6-lane divided road on Rancho, and so they're really two separate shopping centers. So with that, we'd actually respectfully ask for your approval, subject to we agree to all the conditions staff would impose.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing.
John McGowan, Las Vegas resident. It's evident that the text of the agenda item does not differentiate as to the applicability of a separation distance having to do with one side of the 6-lane roadway or the other side. In that case, how do you arrive at a decision in this matter? Are you concentrating on the separation distance requirement or the interposition of a 6-lane road, which is that about? In any case, I recommend you approve the item, but I also recommend that you think carefully and express to the public what your reasoning process is and how you arrive at that logical conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, and Ms. Stewart, I'm not sure that you and I have had an opportunity to talk about how I feel about these types of business and the proliferation of them, one on every street corner, and I'm not real fond of them when it comes to, one every block. There's plenty of them out there. This was noticed. I believe neighborhood meetings did take place. We did receive 2 letters of opposition in regards to this item, but I think I know that shopping center well. My favorite pancake house is right there, so I'm pretty familiar with what's going on around there. But as we go through this process of these applications coming forward, I know a lot of your clients are these types of businesses, and I've expressed that to many of them. So they're starting to understand how I feel about them. But this I don't have a problem with, and with that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item 111, subject to all staff conditions.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And happy birthday. I'll be polite and not sing to you.
Thank you.
Hey, Lucy, question for you. In relation to your client here, Rapid Cash, is it possible that you could relay a message to him for me? The one on Rancho in Washington, that if they can go in and clean up the landscape and buffer, it would help us a great deal.
Absolutely.
I've gotten a lot of responses from a lot of neighbors in that corridor there. They're just kind of, they went in and put it all in, and now it's kind of died out and it's trashy and needs to be spruced back up.
Absolutely. The minute I walk out the door, I will call.
Thank you, ma'am, so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 112 is a special use permit 15023, public hearing, applicant Sun Loan Company, owner of Plaza Los Arcos LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed financial institution specified waiver of the 1,000-foot distance separation requirement from another financial institution, specified waiver of the 200-foot distance separation requirement from a residential use, and a waiver of the 1,500 square foot minimum size requirement at 633 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite G. Councilman Brown? Councilman Brown, have a good, safe trip, buddy. Is the applicant present? Yes, she is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Christy Cahall with Moran & Associates, 630 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. I would first like to articulate the location site. It's 633 North Decatur, which is on the corner of Decatur and Washington. Both are major arterials. I would also like to focus on the history of Sun Loan Company, the applicant. They've been in business for over 35 years. They have 11 locations in Nevada, 5 in Las Vegas specifically, and they have approximately 229,000 customers. They generally, their loans are from $100 to $1,000. They counsel their consumers beforehand. And in fact, if the consumer cannot make payment based upon their counseling sessions, they are denied the loan. Now, the counseling sessions are to tailor payments according to the individual's income. And again, as I said, if they cannot make the payment, then they are denied the loan. I would like to stress they are not a payday loan company. They do not do auto title loans. It's strictly signature loans. The interest and the principal are both paid off equally in each monthly payment, so the consumer is able to pay the loan down instead of just paying interest and never actually being able to pay off the loan. Now, they are not opening another new location. They're simply relocating. Their prior location was on, I believe, Jones and Charleston, so they are not opening up a new location. They're simply relocating to a better location for their business. So there will not be a saturation of, financial institutions within the area. And I would also like to point out that they cater mostly to consumers who cannot seek loans from top-tier financial institutions such as Bank of America or Wells Fargo. Those financial institutions don't bother with loans of this amount. So they are there to meet a demand and offer the consumer something that they otherwise would not be able to seek out. The Planning Commission did recommend approval, and based upon that and the foregoing, I respectfully request that the City Council approve.
Thank you very much. Any questions, applicant? This is a public hearing.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I respectfully submit that by its own admission, the applicant, Sun Loan Company, is a very high volume, certainly about 200 and some odd, but it was, forgot the exact number, but it was rather extensive in the general southern Nevada area. So the limitation of one of those locations certainly would not create a hardship of any significant type upon Sun Loan Company. That would be inconceivable. And And as the applicant expressed, Sunloan Company is not adding a location, but they are adding a location that requires waivers. That was the key point. Sunloan Company left a perfectly good location, except from my point of view, but moved into another location, but apparently required not one, not two, but three waivers. The whole point is why? What is the reason for these selectively preferential waivers from established policy? You do have a planning commission, you have a planning department, you have codes. What is the reason for these variances and significant alterations in order to accommodate the eminent Sunloan Company, which if they have so many offices, they certainly will be losing customers by having the customers go to some other location except this particular one. So in your reasoning, I presume, and I hope you will disclose that logical basis to your public record and let your public understand how you arrive at these decisions. And I want to seek legal counsel as far as a possible best way to express those positions if they have some opinions in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Yes. I have great concerns about this application. It does not meet the minimum requirements of Title IX. It's adjacent to both single and multifamily residences. In addition, it's located within 125 feet of a parcel containing a similar use. My office knows this area extremely well. We work very closely there with Metro, with business owners and residents. It's an area with a multitude of problems. I met yesterday with the nice lady here, and I told her my concerns. We received a letter later from John Moran III.
Yes.
I decided, even though I knew that area well, I would go out again, and so last night I did go out. There is no alley next to that street. It's just one residential side street, Yale Street, separating those homes and the business location where this Sunloan wants to go. I walked from the front of the house behind. 20 steps is all it took me. There is no fence separation, no wall separation. And so I do not feel this is compatible or harmonious with what that neighborhood has and what we expect as far as businesses coming in like this, and that's why we do have the rules set in Title 19. And I could not find reasoning to approve this, so I move for denial.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none?
Excuse me, I said Title 9. Gosh, that takes me back to, I guess, my husband's athletic situation. Title 19. Title 19.
Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 113 is a special use permit public hearing. Applicant QC Financial Services, owner JOOJ Investment LLC, request for a special use permit for proposed financial institution specified in waiver from the 1,000-foot separation requirement from an existing financial institution specified at 6433 West Charleston Boulevard. Again, this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Board Planning Commission. Staff recommend approval. I see the applicant coming forward. Yes, sir.
Yes, Brian Crump here on behalf of QC Financial Services. We thank the staff for the recommendation of approval, and we thank the Planning Commission for their recommendation of approval. I'm here to answer any questions. We don't necessarily need to get in the background of what a payday loan company or a title loan company or signature loan company is. I will say that the president and CEO of our company, Darren Anderson, is also the president of the CFSA, Community Financial Services of America, that actually assists in self-governing the morals, ethics, and business practices of the payday loan industry. Again, we respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, just for
Yes.
the record, the waiver is no longer necessary as the check cashing license at the market across the street is no longer classified as a financial institution specified, and therefore the waiver is not required at this time.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. That's very important additional information that was not included on the agenda item. As we put note to this public comment, I would recommend, obviously, that in future you get your information in a timely manner and correct your agenda text so that it does not leave the applicant in the position of having to explain, if it's what someone should ask, why there is a separation of 1,000 feet distance issue. In that case, my recommendation in the public comment here is that you approve the applicant's request for several reasons, not the least of which is the fact that the applicant is of a very high moral, ethical, and lawful integrity aspect as described by the applicant, and I trust him in saying so. So therefore, I do recommend you approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Could I ask you to repeat what you said, Margot? I didn't hear all of it. I'm sorry.
The Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman, the waiver is from another financial institution specified. The code has recently been amended to create a new category for those uses such as the grocery store across the way that cashes checks for a flat fee. There is no loan involved. There is no long-term relationship. It is merely a service provided by the supermarket, and therefore, in this case, there is no longer a use classified as a financial institution specified, and therefore no waiver from that use that is not with that classification.
So even though it says you need a waiver, we really don't need a waiver.
That's correct. That
Because
was the way it
change-
was originally noticed.
Yeah. And my only thought would be, in addition to voting on this, that in the future, when things like that happen, are we brought into it as far as a discussion, as those of us who have some concerns about the financial institutions, that was an administrative decision? Or did we?
No, ma'am, that was a text amendment that was approved by the city council to change that, to create that new category.
Okay, fine. That's the question I had to ask. I'm not a great fan of a lot of financial institutions. For some reason, you found that little space right there on that street that we could have one, so I move for approval. It's only fair.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote.
If I may, that would just be to note that there is no waiver approval there.
Correct. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
We go to item 115. Item 115 is master plan of streets and highways, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Request to amend the master plan of streets and highways to reclassify industrial road from a 80-foot secondary collector to a 100-foot primary arterial between Wyoming Avenue and Sahara Avenue, to reclassify Western Avenue from a 60-foot minor collector to an 80-foot secondary collector between Charleston Boulevard and Sahara Avenue, to add the Martin Luther King Boulevard Industrial Road flyover as a primary arterial with limited access, to reclassify Bearden Drive from a 60-foot minor collector to an 80-foot secondary collector between Shadow Lane and Martin Luther King Boulevard, to reclassify Shadow Lane from a 60-foot minor collector to an 80-foot secondary collector from Alta Drive to Charleston Boulevard, and to add Grand Montecito Parkway as a 90-foot primary arterial from Centennial Parkway to Durango Drive, Wards 1, 3, and 5, and 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Mr. Jorge, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is to amend our master plan.
Jorge, if you'd like, you move this other speak over. That one would have been tore out of its hole, I think.
Thank you. This item is to amend the master plan streets and highways to add several streets into that, or to modify several streets on there. Most of the streets that we're modifying are streets that are in connection with Project Neon. In the past, we've given y'all a presentation on Project Neon, which is a project that the city is working in collaboration with the Nevada Department of Transportation, which is a multitude of projects combined together, mainly the widening of I-15, the reconstruction of the Charleston Interchange, the construction of an industrial Martin Luther King connector, and the addition of some new off-ramps that would serve as the downtown redevelopment area.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a second. Back in the back, this is item 115, not 16. I didn't want the wrong item being shown during Mr. Cervantes' presentation.
Thank you, Margo. The streets that you see before you that we're amending are those that are city streets and not state roads, and that's the reason we're before you today. I'll go down each one and explain the reasoning behind the changes. The first one is Industrial Road, where we're asking it to be modified from an 80-foot right-of-way to a 100-foot right-of-way. The reason for that is, if you look at Industrial Road south of Sahara, that's a 6-lane facility, 100-foot right-of-way. The connector is coming over the freeway, it's also a 6-lane facility, 100-foot right-of-way. And the segment that we're trying to modify is currently just a 4-lane facility, and so it's to provide continuity along that corridor. The second road that we're looking at modifying is Shadow Lane, and we're asking that to be modified from 60 foot to 80 feet. On that one, we're requesting to amend that request. We've had meetings with several neighborhoods, one of them being the Rancho Manor neighborhood, and we're asking that instead of being from Alta to Charleston, that it be just from Bearden to Charleston. The third connection that we're looking at is to do the changes on Bearden from Shadow Lane to Desert Foothills or Martin Luther King. What the combination of the Bearden and Shadow Lane are going to do is, as we build the Martin Luther King Industrial Flyover, we're no longer going to have connection of Martin Luther King and Charleston. And so this connection of Bearden to Shadow Lane will replace that connection and allow people that currently use Martin Luther King to be able to access Charleston. The fourth street that we're amending is Western Avenue, going from 60 foot to 80 foot, and that's going from Charleston down to Sahara. And that's again to allow accessibility into the redevelopment area and to allow access into the properties there. Part of Project Neon, in the widening effort, the Wall Street connection is disappearing. And Wall Street is how all those property owners access their facilities. Because of that, we're providing a new connection to allow people to have their access. And the final item is not shown on this map, but is to add Grand Montecito Parkway as a 90-foot primary arterial from Centennial Parkway to Durango.
Are there any questions of Mr. Cervantes? This is a public hearing. We've got to hear from the public. Can we put a 3-minute clock on, please, Ron?
Good afternoon, Bob Brokaw, 3031 Scenic Valley Way.
Chad Malinga, 3660 South Valley View.
We were both up here earlier, and I want to thank the council for arranging to have the city engineer talk to us in interim. That was quite helpful. The purpose of our presence before you is to make you aware that we are in the process of developing 2 projects on Bearden. One of them is at 1707 or 1701 Bearden. We have entitlements to that project for a mixed-use development. And the second project that I'm involved in is at 728 Desert Lane. And in talking with your city engineer this afternoon, it appears that you're going to take over that entire site in gaining access from Shadow Lane through Bearden to Martin Luther King. We are currently in the process in the planning department of going through our development process with them. We have a project for that site submitted, and it's due to come before the Planning Commission, I believe, on October 19th, and before this chamber on November, and I don't remember the date. But the purpose here is to make you aware of both those developments and to share a concern that I have. We've worked, and I'm particularly interested in the medical district surrounding UMC. It appears that the medical district has changed in character over the years, where it's gone from simply being a medical district where doctors and hospitals operate, to one, the medical district plan has been modified that encourages residential development. And by changing the Bearden portion that you're looking at, it's going to discourage the residential aspect of it. The properties, both properties that I'm involved in there would be negatively impacted by the increase in traffic and the access to the collector-distributor ramp for the flyover. And my position really isn't in opposition to what you're doing. It's just simply to make you aware of the impacts that it's going to have on the two properties that I'm involved in.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Poole. I have a retail business at 1422 Western. I am not in opposition as long as access will remain open for my business. I am one of the only retail, strictly retail businesses on that small block. So I don't know what Wall Street, how we're going to be able to get in, or as construction is going on, that we have access to Western.
Jorge, can you address that, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Access will always be available. One of the reasons that we're looking to modify Western is to provide that access. As Wall Street disappears, how currently property owners get there won't be available anymore. And so this new Western connection will provide the opportunity for her property and her customers and all the other properties along there to have access. And certainly while this is being constructed, this would be constructed before Wall Street would be shut down, so access would always be provided to that property.
Okay, thank you. And I'm very excited about the project.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Jess Myers, 1410 Western, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. We've been to all the meetings about this widening, and it was only expressed as an alignment. So I just have a couple of questions I'd like to really ask. What does reclassify really mean? Are you actually going to widen Western? And if this is for the benefit of the Wall Street towers, just this last week, the Water District, which I believe is still part of Las Vegas City, spent horrendous amounts of money to put in backflow. And at the present time when they were doing it, we had the question to ask them, if the street is widened, what happens? Okay, they have to make their connection to the main water line. And the main water line runs underneath the 12-foot by 12-foot flood control channel that was just installed 3 to 4 years ago. So we're talking not just thousands, but millions. The next question, since our property has 20 to 40 foot setback in areas, and the other people across the street were allowed to build on the property line, are we talking about an equal widening, or are we talking about open property? So does that mean our property will be totally annihilated, or are you going to go over and cut somebody's building 10 foot off of it?
Okay.
And these questions were addressed to Mr. Jorge at all of the present meetings. That we had 4 different questions, 4 different answers, 4 different areas. So that's what I'd like to ask today. What is really reclassification?
Reclassification is the Master Plans and Streets and Highways, the planning document. It's a document that affords the public, property owners, the opportunity to know what's programmed or planned for the future. As people come in here that own property, or people are interested in buying property, it makes them aware of what the city is proposing to do someday in the future. That's what reclassification does. The widening of a street, when we go from one section to another, is done equally on both sides. So in the case of Western, where it goes from a 60 to an 8-footer, it would be 10 feet on either side equally.
So you'd have to cut somebody's building 10 foot off that's built to the property line?
What we do is when we actually go into the design, this is shown again, a planning document to grab a core and identify here's what we propose to do. When we go into hard design, we look at those things specifically. And if we have the opportunity to adjust the design either by adjusting lane widths or doing some other measurements, then we do that to avoid buildings. Because certainly the last thing we want to do is have to buy buildings if we don't have to.
Well, the point is, what you're talking there, it'll either be a neck down and it won't be widened, or it will be widened and it'll all come on our area. But even regardless if it does, the flood channel will have to be rebuilt because there was not enough room when they installed the water to go over the top of the flood box to get the proper slope. So the water was taken from the east side of Western, underneath these 12-foot water boxes, and then back up. The Water District cannot have a splice unless you could make a dispensation, which would be probably more reasonable. Because if they have to go in there and dig up 2 blocks of 12 by 12 water channels just to hook the water back up for the other side, it's an extreme expense.
Las Vegas resident. Clearly, this identifies an ever-increasing need for a proactive, coherent, master planned development throughout the city of Las Vegas, citywide. What you're talking about here is not so much the specific reclassifications, but the reason for the reclassifications, which is the dynamic, almost uncontrolled, you might say, and in some cases planless growth or developmental expansion. That is the crux issue. And this is one of the side effects of it. Very important one. Clearly, you're going to have to widen streets. You're going to have to redefine them as from minor to secondary to primary to collectors, et cetera, and widen them because you have to deal with traffic. But in the absence of proactive planning, this is the type of thing that comes back to haunt you. And even before you go into the rest of these items, and this nature will keep coming up, is it coming about the city council to sit down and very seriously think about your planning policy so that you're all on the same page one of these days, and that you're able to address these issues when they come up with some kind of a carefully pre-considered policy approach, not on a case-by-case polka dot planning basis. That won't work. That's like cutting off the legs of the table without a ruler. Okay, hoping that someday you can maybe get them to line up. No. You need a coherent master plan. This is no longer 2 green spots on the highway. This is a city. And the population is growing even as we speak. Your job is to keep ahead of that curve. I recommend you do so. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, and members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the owners and developers of the Worldview Towers, which was previously known as the Wall Street Towers. They have a condo project on Western Avenue, just south of Charleston, and we're here in support because the access on Western is crucial to their development, as well as all of the businesses and other property owners along the Western alignment. We've been informed by the city and by NDOT in our meetings that Wall Street connection under the I-15 will in fact go away with the flyover and the MLK Project Neon improvements. So with that connection closing, the Western alignment becomes absolutely crucial and important for north-south access along Western. So we're in support, and we'd ask that you approve the Master Streets and Highways Amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any comments by the council?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
what happens in a situation where we would be doing what you're talking about in this item to planned, in fact, already entitlement on that Beard situation?
What we do, Councilwoman, is when there's a project already entitled, then they've got the right to do what they've been entitled to do. And so we try to work with those property owners to try to see how we can make it work for both of us. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes that means we have to adjust our design, where we maybe adjust lane width, where maybe we don't make it as wide as we need to make it function the way we'd like to. But those are constraints we've got to deal with. One of the reasons we like to move forward with modifying the plan sooner than later is that so people that are coming in with potential entitlements are aware of it, or as entitlements come in, they don't negatively impact what's planned for the future. And that's why we try to do these ahead of when we actually do the construction, so that everybody has that information available to them.
So those who already have the entitlement then would be the ones you would probably need to make adjustments for.
That's correct.
But those who do not have it, it would follow along with what you've had.
That's correct. And in that case, if they don't have an entitlement, when they come through the entitlement process, then they're aware of what the implications are out there, and they try to adjust their design around the planned improvements.
You wouldn't have any eminent domain situation there.
When we actually go to acquisition, it will be NDOT going to acquisition. We're in a joint partnership with them, and there's going to be parcels. Certainly, we always try to do the willing seller, willing buyer, but if we can't come to an agreement with a willing seller, willing buyer, then we do have to do eminent domain to acquire the right-of-way.
But if the initiative passes, which is in just a few weeks, we'll know, right? In about 30-some days. If the initiative passes, then it puts everything in a quandary. Is that not right?
My understanding,
as far as eminent domain.
Yeah, my understanding of the initiative is not that it doesn't prohibit governments from having a domain, but it makes them pay the highest value potential of that land. That's my understanding.
I see. Okay. So it wouldn't be worth it to wait. It's just go ahead now because of those other problems you mentioned.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Weekly?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to make a motion to move, follow staff's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Carries.
Thank you.
Item 116 is Director's Business, public hearing applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to revise and amend the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan. This is in Ward 3 and Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Ms. Wheeler, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This item comes before you as a 6-year update to the Downtown Centennial Plan with regard to changes based upon the projects that we have seen coming in. We're doing things such as standardizing the sidewalk width. We are removing some of the items that have not proved workable, such as the building step backs have not proved to be workable, and you have seen substantial waivers on that. We're adding things such as allowing for an 8-foot wall within the northern strip area, which is primarily industrial, and making other such types of changes to make it easier to utilize the plan, both for the staff and for private development. There are no changes to height standards as proposed in this update. If there's any questions, I'll certainly attempt to address
Any
them.
questions of Ms. Wheeler? This is a public hearing.
As I read the text of the email, request to revise and amend the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan, will that revision and amendment process take place as an open public participating process? If so, when and where? Because what you're asking for approval of in this item is the council approval of engagement in a revision and amendment process. So when and where does the amendment process take place and the revision process take place, and is it open to the public? That's the question. Let the record reflect that.
You're speaking right now.
No, let the record reflect that the council and the planning department did not respond to the question. It was asked twice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Weekly, this probably applies most to you. With great pleasure, I announce what you probably already know. We do have a Liberty Bell in Centennial Plaza. The reason I'm mentioning it now, I mentioned this to Councilwoman Tarkanian the other day. We have that gate there for the farm fair. What I would like to see after the Liberty Bell is dedicated is that gate be opened every day during school days. I think we could put 8 school buses in that same strip that we use for the farm fair in the summer. And the school children, I'm thinking primarily K through, grammar school, kindergarten through 8th, could actually visit the Liberty Bell without even crossing the street. So thank you so much.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, just for the record, all of the changes that are proposed herein are the same ones that were in the previous update, which included the height standards. So there have been all of those public hearings on these issues and these public hearings. So there have been many, many opportunities to comment upon these changes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Weakley, would you like to make a motion?
Thank
please?
you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings of nuisance, litter, and abatements. Citizen participation is a public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. Madam Clerk, can we just have 2 minutes today, please?
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'm here again because I'm yet having a problem with people being able to enter in Nellis Air Force Base. And I don't know if you all know the general of the base here and can get some information to him. I tried to call out there to speak with him and I had no success with trying to get through to him. I spoke with somebody and I told him what I wanted and who I was, but you know how that goes when you don't hold a high position in this city, I guess. They just throw it in the corner. But my concern with these people that's entering out there over me doing all this stuff they doing, and I've had to postpone major surgery, and I want to go home and see about my children and grandchildren. We've experienced in this country the World Trade Center and the Pentagon being rammed by airplanes. We've experienced one war after another, and I know the Bible says we'll have, in the last days, we'll have nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom. But this is the thing, I say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. They really need to be more particular about the people that are approved to go out there and feed information into the CIA. They need to really watch the churches, and not just in this city, but other cities too, because this has been going on a long time now. And I'm 49 years old. I'm not the oldest person that have to deal with problems like this, but I don't know what to do with people when they are allowed out here, and I think it's a security problem, a national security problem. I did tell them about these programs when I first got to this city because I was afraid of something like that happening. And I know maybe a lot of other nations or in international cities like this that can have access to the military base, other countries. But I'm concerned about the Americans and the ones that are doing business at my expense, because I can sponsor my own people. And I don't want people to keep misusing me and my authority with this kind of situation. You understand my concern for the safety of our whole nation. Thank you.
Next, please.
Can you go to
the microphone, please?
I think I forgot what I came here for. May I have the overhead, please? Okay, what we have here is an ordinance, a Las Vegas ordinance. At the top is the title, and down below is the enacting clause, and then the body of the law. And that is what is required by the Constitution of Nevada. Now, that happens to be a particular interesting ordinance, which I will get to in a minute. Now, I was very pleased to see this morning in the hearing on the Crazy Horse 2 how concerned the council members were to make sure that all of the T's were dotted and all of the I's were crossed, and to watch the law as close as possible. Well, that's the topic of my comments here. If I may read, law must be published and recorded with enacting clauses, which you see a sample of there. Since it has been repeatedly held that an enacting clause must appear on the face of a law, such a requirement affects the printing and publishing of laws. The fact that the Constitution requires all laws to have an enacting clause makes it a requirement on not just bills,
within the legislature, but on published laws as well. If the Constitution said all bills shall have an enacting clause, it probably could be said that their use in publication would not be required, but the historical usage and application of an enacting clause has been for them to be printed and published along with the body of the law, thus appearing on the face of the law. And I don't know how much time you're going to hold me to, so I'm going to
You better start up then.
I was going as fast as I know how, boss. Our Constitution, now this is the Supreme Court of Nevada speaking. Our Constitution expressly provided that the enacting clause of every law shall be, the people of the state of Nevada represented in Senate and Assembly do enact as follows. This language is susceptible of but one interpretation. There is no doubtful meaning as to the intention. It is, in our judgment, an imperative mandate of the people in their sovereign capacity to the legislature, requiring that all laws to be binding upon them shall, upon their face, express the authority by which they were enacted, and since this act comes to us without such authority appearing upon its face, it is not a law.
That's a good place to stop right there, sir.
One fast comment. The ordinance in question is the one that hit the Crazy Horse with $1.2 million, $1,000 a day. This ordinance is not worth the paper it's written on. I have a copy of the publication. It doesn't even tell you what city enacted this ordinance, and it surely does not have the enacting clause.
See what you're doing right down here? Put that in their hands, please.
I'd be happy to either meet with him or fax it to him.
Sir, get to those people right down there, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah.
Just go right on there. They'll meet you right up there. Mr. Scott?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
My name is Nicholas DeFore. I live in 301 Windfair Court, pertaining to Mike Signorelli. We were both in business together. We built 4 homes, which I never received any money from, and at the same time, we bought KPC Office Furniture Supply, which I gave $100,000, and I never got a penny out of that.
What time did you do this?
1980, 82.
Okay.
I took them to court, and the judge says, well, we can't squeeze blood out of a rock. And I never received anything from him. Now he's going into Crazy Horse 2. With everything he got into, it fizzled out. Even the casino up in the Mesquite. I don't think he deserves to go into that Crazy Horse, because he'll have a real good time with the money. No.
Thank you for your time. Next, please.
My name is Joshua Collins. I'm a traveling minister here in Las Vegas, and there's a scripture in the Bible that says, those who know the cry of the poor will cry themselves and not be heard. And what I've been seeing is mistreatment of the poor still here in Las Vegas, and it concerns me. And I'm hoping that things change. I don't know if anyone will listen, but the wrath of God will come on the city if we don't listen to the Lord. And then last days, as that one lady said, and I'm encouraging that we can move to get Bible back in the schools and prayer back in the schools, and hopefully close down some of the sinful businesses, because I don't believe that any place in society, in a wholesome society, I don't understand why they're even allowed to operate and concern them. And also, one of my friends recently was put in jail for 20 days for sleeping outside. I think that's kind of ridiculous. I don't understand how that can even be allowed in a land that's supposed to be of liberty. And it's a shame. It's a shame that we were called Sin City. why are we exalting that sin in America in any way, shape, or form? It's shameful to have sin in life, let alone call it Sin City. What is being done to stop that name and bring truth and righteousness to our city so that young people and others will have life, not death? Well, hopefully things will change, and the sexual sin and the drunkenness and things will be curbed, and the wrath of God won't come on this nation, which is prophesied already. God bless.
Thank you. Next, please.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. It's a shame he's gone because he had to catch a plane, as you said. But I have very seldom have reason or opportunity to offer heartfelt commendations to work for Councilman Brown. But on this occasion, he certainly deserves it. Of all the people on the city council, inclusively, and staff, one person today talked about the fundamental crux issue of great importance, and that was Councilman Brown, when he referred to the need for serious, deep discussion of the issue of growth, is what it is, and what its impact is upon the decision-making process on all the various issues that you address each and every one of these meetings, and how important that is. You're beginning to hear now comments from other members of the public as time goes along, and they seem to be gravitating in one direction, which is the evident need for a higher standard of ethics, morality, and integrity, not just in the city of Las Vegas, which some say is Sin City. It may be, it may not be. We also have another Sin City in Washington, D.C., apparently. Now, let me tell you about a country that should be a nation of laws, but has all kinds of expediency taking place, whether it's how you interpret the law or apply it, and in favor of who and when. That's your convenience. Well, government is not for the convenience of government. It is for the necessity and convenience of people. People. The public. Inclusively. And the sooner you get on that road to recovery, you'll be on your way to civic greatness. That includes all of you. Even if you don't have time to listen to my words, you will hear them. If not from me, from the rest of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to be heard? Seeing no one, this meeting has been concluded. Thank you very much.